Well, hello there, Master Hellish here, and welcome to our Tuesday night Kerbal Space program. Let's play. G'day, hello, hi there, hey, and welcome. Ooh, what is that red ball thing? What red ball thing? What are you talking about? What red ball thing? What are you talking about? I've no. Was there something on the screen a second ago? I'm not seeing anything on the screen. I have no idea what Brandon's talking about. On the starting soon screen? I didn't see it. No idea what you're talking about. Hello, yes, hello everybody. You're talking about the colours of chat. I'm Mr. Beantown. Gecko watching on YouTube. Dexter watching on YouTube. Brandon Egg above the line. Above the lines on YouTube as well. Hello, hello, hello. At the end, it transforms into a red ball, and then it's your name. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't remember, actually, with the transitions and so forth. But we got some KSP to do tonight, folks. But before we crack on with that, soon I will be doing a little Q&A. So if you want the opportunity to ask a question, head over to the public Discord now, and in the general channel there is a thread called Q&As for Hellish. So pop your question in there, and maybe we'll get round to doing an answer. Mr. Beantown says, I've been waiting all day for this. You know what? I think I have as well. I've done a lot of fun things and nice things today. But Kerbal Space Program is definitely something that I look forward to quite a lot. So hello and welcome everyone. Gecko says it's about time I caught a live stream. Well, I do enough of them. I do at least 2 a week these days, at the minute, for now. Yeah, rockets, reusable rockets today, folks. We're going to try. Okay, before we go into what I've been up to and what we're going to do today, we'll have a look at what happened last time, just to remind ourselves. So hello to everybody who's just joining now. Welcome. We're gonna have a quick recap on what happened last live stream, and once again a massive thank you very much to Jackamak for putting this together for us. And while we're at it, we should say a massive thank you to Jackamak for putting the highlights together of the recent Open TTD Viewers game. So thank you very much. I don't think he's managed to get online yet. Usually he gets online a little later on in these streams. But if we see Jackamak, we must all remember to say thank you to him. So here we go with a quick reminder of what happened last time. Oh, you are here. Thank you, Jackamak. Here we go. On the side here, we have storage units. And in the storage units, we've got some repair packs to try and repair the wheels of the rover with. And we've got some communitrons so that we can try and add antennas to the things I forgot to add antennas to. Hopefully, we can do one massive round trip and things won't go wrong. Now, this space station does need a solar panel upgrade, but that's not the job for today. The job is to just take the panels off, refuel and go off to the moon. Turn off RCS and SAS and we're in. And we're off to the moon next. Approach speed is okay actually. We're coming in at about 100 meters per second at the moment, but we're still 4 kilometers up. We touch down at about 1 point something meters per second. Oh my goodness. No. Oh no. Oh dear. It's happened again. So let's put it on its side. Oh, I broke the antenna. Okay, let's just quickly go and fix the antenna. Oh! It's nearly enough without doing the solar panel. Did it. So there is the sun, curve in the moon, the surface of Minmus, and the space station. Oh my goodness. It is coming in fast. There we go, I think. Cool. So we can refuel. Now we just want to land. 10, 9, 8, 7, 4, 3, 2, Brandon! So we're just going to burn upwards. So there we go, folks. Whether Nudger and Brandon make it back alive or not, that has been my most complicated mission ever. There we are. Nudger and Brandon are home. So there we go, folks. That's just a reminder for those of you who didn't see it or, have a memory like mine and can't remember what happened last time. We went on a phenomenal trip. Absolutely phenomenal trip. We had so many objectives to complete. We had a space station to reconfigure. We had 2 landers to fix. We had 2 rovers to fix. A flag to plant. Some science to do. And we did all of it. And nobody died. I did forget Brandon. But we docked at a space station, refueled, and went back and got him. We did all of it. A visit to the moon, a visit to Minmus, and back again, including trips to all 3 space stations. And we did it with 1 ship. Yes, we refueled, but we did it with one ship. It was fantastic. So, coming up sometime soon, we're going to start looking for resources, drilling and mining for those resources, and then processing them into fuel so that I don't have to keep launching ships to fuel the space stations. But that is a little bit ahead of us. We need the next tier of research lab to be able to do that. So let's jump into Kerbal Space Program. It's currently night time, and the research and development, R&D, here we go. So the resource processing is here. Advanced Science Tech. This is where you get the excavators and the converters and the holding tanks. So we want to be getting that sometime soon, but we're not quite there yet. Okay, and we managed to unlock a lot of this last time. So we really did jump forward in science. Since we've jumped forward in science, I've actually designed a brand new rocket, and it's our reusable rocket that the title of this live stream hints at. So when we started this series, I was trying to do reusable rockets, and it was a bit too difficult. I struggled, and I think that was partly inexperience and partly due to the available technology that we had to us at the time. So I'm more experienced now, and we've got better technology. So I thought we need a heavy lifting rocket where we can bring the booster back down, keep the booster, recover it from the ocean, and then bring the second stage back down. And over the past week, I've been tweaking and twibbling a design. I don't think twibbling's a word. But here we go. So if we go into the VAB, I'm going to show you what it is I've got. I've designed a booster, and it's called the TR10. There we go. There's the TR10. It is a bit of a monster for a booster. The reason why it's called the TR10, TR stands for test rocket. This is the 10th test rocket that we've had in this series. One of the test rockets, we decided it was good, and it got called the Eagle. And one of the test rockets, another one we thought was good, and it got called the Buzzard. This one hasn't been named yet. If we decide to keep these rockets, we will definitely give this a better name than the TR10. But for now, the work in progress name is the TR10. Is that just a single booster? Yes, this is a single core booster. Bear with me a second, just need to double check something. Yeah, it's a single booster, but it's got 24 rocket engines on the bottom. 24. Look at that. Look at that. 24, all placed in kind of one neat circle and then an offset zigzag circle. So this is a hardcore booster. You need this many engines to lift the booster and the second stage. So this is the booster that splashes down after pushing the second stage into a suborbital flight. I've also designed the second stage. Here's the second stage. So the second stage is a fuel tank. It's got a section on the top with a bit of monopropellant, a bit of batteries, and one of the things that makes this possible is the new probe that we've got. We'll talk more about that later. And it's got parachutes to help it come down. RCS. It almost has as many engines as the Falcon Heavy, that's right. And the second stage has 4 engines. It has one twin, really efficient engine, and then 2 single, quite efficient engines. And the reason for that is that this thing needs to make orbit, and fast. And one in the centre. No, there isn't any in the centre. So, because it needs to get into orbit quickly, and it's probably going to have a load on top, it's got 2 extra engines in there that we can turn off when we're just floating around later. So, if we don't save this and we load the booster, we can get the second stage and pop it on top. There we go. Then, on the top of the second stage, we can insert one of several modules. Are you following this so far? So there is the fuel module, which is basically a fuel tank and a nose cone. And if we want to refuel the space station, that's a good module to have. We have the lifter module, which is basically just... well, I'll show you. The lifter module is basically a fairing, some lights and a docking port for lifting something. Module. We don't care about spelling here, mate. Don't break what isn't broken. I don't know what you mean, Brandon. I have no idea what you're talking about. And then my favourite one is the passenger module, which consists of a storage area for cargo and a bay for 2 Kerbals to essentially live in, and then it has a retracting cone. So we'll take this out to the launch pad to show you. Oh, you was replying to Mr. Beantown. Okay. So here we go. So this is the TR10 in its full stack. We've got the booster at the bottom with the 24 engines. The second stage here in the middle with its 4 engines, or 3, one's a dual nozzle. And then we've got the section on the top. And if I press number 2, is it? Yeah, number 2. We have a little robot arm. We have a little robot arm that opens up the top so that we can dock. Isn't that cool? I haven't tested that yet. Haven't tested whether this works in space. So Mr. Beantown says, can the second stage glide like a plane? To a point. Its winged surface isn't enough to keep it gliding up properly. It doesn't glide, it belly flops. Now, some of you may say, oh, you've just stolen the design from SpaceX. Yeah, basically, the kind of basic concept for this rocket, yeah, it falls with style. I have flown this rocket 3 times in 3 tests already. It's still a test rocket, and I'm going to let you guys decide now what we do with it next. So let me know what you would like to do with this next. Would you like to try and take, I don't know, a Kerbal to the moon, or would you like to maybe add something to a space station. Come up with ideas in the chat, and whilst you come up with those ideas, I will show you what we've done so far. Now, I'm going to use revert flight just because it's quicker to do that and then go back out than actually... See, that loads quicker than recovering it from the launch pad, clicking all the buttons and going to where you want to go. So if we go to the tracking station, we can go to our space station. The first thing I did with this is I used the lifter module and I lifted up some new solar panels. And here they are. So we've got some new modules on the space station. So this thin section here, the solar panels attached to it, and the fat section at the top was lifted up, and there's two of them. So there's a section down here and there. These sections add in total 4 big solar panels and lots of batteries, which give the space station plenty of battery power. Okay, it gives it so much power, electrical power, that you can just leave the lab running all the time, and it will even do science while it's on the dark side of the planet. So we can leave the SAS on, we can leave the lights on, we can leave the lab running, and that has powered it up lovely. Now those 2 separate end pieces combined is 3 tons. So I was able to bring that up to orbit, recover the booster, recover the second stage after putting them here. And I thought that was good, but it gets better. Because... Oh, you accused me from stealing from SpaceX? Yes, I did. Kind of. It was definitely inspired by. The basic concept was definitely inspired by. But the fact that it looks so much like it is a complete fluke. It's almost like the physics and Kerbal Space Program and real life guided me to the same solution they did. But the other thing I did was I was actually able to do exactly the same upgrade to our moon base. So our moon base now has those 2 sets of solar panels as well. And I managed to lift those 3 tons from Kerbin, bring them to the moon, dock them up, refuel a little bit, and get it back to Kerbin without losing any parts. 3 tons to moon orbit from a 2-stage rocket which is reusable. So that is... I'm quite happy with the testing that I've done so far on that. There is... Oh, hang on a minute. What happened there? Did we just... Oh, yeah, we just had a sunset. That's what that was. The other one thing I did is I saved a Kerbal. So there was a Kerbal in orbit of Kerbin, and one of our lucky Viewer Plus subscribers... by the way, must take a moment here. Look at that. 33 Viewer Plus subscribers. Thank you so much for all the support you guys have given me. I've run some numbers, and basically to keep this channel funded we need roughly 42. The numbers came out between 40 and 44, and I thought, well, between 40 and 44 we'll call it 42. You know, it's got to be 42, hasn't it? And we're up to 33, which is absolutely fantastic. A little bit of background information from me is that Master Hellish is actually part of a slightly larger media business that I run by myself. That media business used to include another sub-business that made enough money to keep Master Hellish going. That's no longer running, so Master Hellish has to be able to support itself now, where it didn't in the past. So in the past, Master Hellish was subsidised by the other business that I had. So kind of there was 3 little businesses that kind of ran together, and it didn't matter that one of them was running at a loss as long as all 3 were not running it as a loss, they were in profit together. That's not the case anymore. Master Haddish is pretty much running as its own entity, so it needs to keep itself afloat. And there's our target. If we get to that target relatively soon, that will be absolutely amazing. But a big thank you to everybody who's signed up to Viewer Plus so far. And because people have signed up to Viewer Plus, we can see that we have a new pilot that we rescued, Craw Fresh. So thank you very much, Craw Fresh or Craw Fresh. In the game, I chose to put it down as Craw and Fresh, but Craw Fresh, thank you very much for supporting the channel. So we currently have 2 Kerbals. I keep thinking I'm hearing stuff in the house. It's not. It's background music in the game. So we've got JB and Network 17 who are currently on board the 2 space stations. We sadly lost 3 Kerbals so far, and we've got 8 Kerbals available to us for flights. It's in that all of their last names are Kermin. Yeah, normally they are, but we've changed it. We've got rid of that. Look, it's like they're all clones or something, isn't it? So yeah, it is appreciated. Right. So that is last time. Also, everything I've done since last time. So basically the 2 solar panel upgrades and saving a Kerbal. It'd be nice for us to test the TR10 again with some sort of mission. I don't want to put Kerbals on it just yet. I'm not that confident with it. We're going to need some tweaks and changes and improvements. There was a few times that the TR10 just completely lost control re-entering the atmosphere and things like that. So let's, I guess, look at the contracts. Did you edit the files or use the cheat menu? To put the names in the game, I edited the files. So at the moment, we've got some contracts here to plant a flag on Minmus, get science from space around the moon, and test a Sepratron orbiting the moon. So the next time we go to the moon, we need to test the Sepratron. We've got a year, nearly 2 years to do that. We can do this science data from space around the moon without actually having to do anything else. We can go to the tracking station. We can go to the moon space station. We can just do a quick temperature check. So I don't like how... Oh, there we go. The lighting's better there now. I think we need to move some of these lights. Like, we've got one light casting light here and one there. But I think it'd be good to have like light coming from this middle section going out in all directions. So next time we've got an engineer at the space station, we'll move some of these lights. But what we'll do is we'll use the science instruments next to the bay. There should be a temperature sensor here. So if we log the temperature and transmit that back, we'll get no science for it, but we should complete... Yeah, there we go. Scientific data from space around the moon. Contract complete. Yeah, we don't want to accidentally kill any more Kerbals, do we? So we've done that. We've got plant flag on moon. Well, at some point, we'll be going to the moon. So we'll accept that contract. We've got 10 years to do that. Science data from space and around Minmus. We can do that. Science data from surface of moon. We can do that as well. Oh my goodness, there's so much that we can just do. So let's expand moon space station. Okay, they want me to make it support for up to 17 Kerbals. Wow. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Let's do the science data from space around Minmus and surface of the moon quickly. Remember, guys, I want your suggestion for what we should try with the TR10 next. Moon Sci Base. What do you think we should do with the TR10? Bearing in mind I don't want to put any Kerbals in it just yet. So should we do a fuel resupply mission to the moon, or what do you guys think? Okay, I think we've got enough electrical charge. We should be able to just do log temperature and transmit. There we go. That's from the surface of the moon. Brandon says, I'm not sure what you can do in this game. Well, doing contracts is a good way of getting money, science, and reputation anyway. So we'll do that. That's not a problem. And then we'll go to the Minmus space station. Send an unmanned probe to orbit height around Kerbal. Yeah, we could do. That is an option. What's our electrical charge situation like? Electrical charge is fine. I tell you one thing we do need to do. We need to put monopropellant tanks on the space stations at some point. So if you want to see me do that, that's an option. How much Delta V does it have? I don't know. I'll tell you in a bit. So we're not going to leave... yeah, we can leave the SAS of this one on. So yeah, that's 3 contracts complete already. How fantastic is that? Is this a scientific but similar game to Elite Dangerous? No. I would say Eve Valkyrie, Eve Online are probably similar to Elite Dangerous. I don't think this is. Let's check the contracts. So we got a couple to plant flags, but like I said, I don't want to send Kerbals on the TR-10 just yet. We could test the Sepratron. There's a contract here to explore Eve. Head to Eve and fly past it. Easy as pie. No risk at all. So we have to do a flyby, gather scientific data, and return. Let's test the Sepratron. Eve is far, yeah. I think that's a bit of a forward goal for us. Okay. I think if we're going to test the Sepratron egg, we should do something else at the same time. Guon Minmus. I think we've done Guon Minmus, Brandon. And I think we've done Guon Minmus. We could just send a probe, but it's best to go with a Kerbal so we can bring the science back and process it at the space station. I think if we're going to test the Sepratron egg, which will be cool, we should take some new tanks to the space station, monopropellant tanks. Should we see if we do that first? That shouldn't take too long to do. I just need to remember to attach the Sepratron. There was a mission for it. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, hang on. There's one to test an engine splashdown at Kerbin. Oh, we'll let's just check. Kerbin splashdown. Yeah, we'll test that. I'm not seeing it, Brandon. Surface. Right, okay. Surface deployed is different to just the goos. So what we'll do is we'll do the spark splashdown. We'll test the Sepratron, but when we're going to the moon to test the Sepratron, we'll take new monopropellant tanks to the space station at the same time. And we'll... Ooh, I was going to say, and we'll take an engineer to reconfigure it. But I don't know whether it's safe to return with the engineer. We'll leave the engineer. We'll do that sometime soon. Let's build a TR-10, everybody. I'm going to turn this fan on. I hope you don't mind. It produces hardly any background noise on the microphone. It's a bit warm. Right, booster. Second stage. I don't know why I've got a second stage separate to the booster, actually. I know why. So I could make changes to the second stage nice and easily. There we are. Second stage on the booster. And then we'll need the lifter module. I even spelt lifter wrong there, I think. Now we can build on the top what we want, but before I forget, where's the Separatron? There it is. So we're just going to put one Separatron on this. We'll put it here. There we go. So whilst we're going to the moon to test this Separatron, let's design ourselves a module for the space station. So this module is RCS fuel. KSP is an amazing game. It's great fun. So we've got this RCS fuel tank here. We've got this RCS fuel tank, which is like a mini version. We've got this RCS fuel tank, by the looks of it, and that one. So we've got quite a few to choose from. I think they're the only ones. And the sizes from bottom to top is 120, 20, 400 and 750. And there are some other ones at the bottom here. These are the radial ones. So that's a 50, a 7.5 and a 20. So I don't think we should have the radial ones. Is it going to blow up? It might do. Yeah, it might blow up. So I guess if we get an adapter, this is a test rocket. I've only used it on 3 missions so far. And so far, we haven't had any big explosions. Yet. We might have big explosions. So how heavy is this part when it's full of fuel? Like, that's 181 tons. 177. So what's that, about 4 ton? Oh, how much monopropellant should we take? I feel like 2 of these are appropriate. Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll take 1 full and 1 empty. That way we can top it up while we're there if we need to. There we go. Then it's not going to be too heavy for us to get to the moon. I mean, the other option is that we go to the space station. Surely that's not too heavy for it. 177, 181. Brandon says you can also create infinite momentum using monopropellant cheese. I'm not aware of that. So let's build the fairing. Blop, blop, blop. There we go. I don't know. I'm not sure we'll get it to the moon, but this is what testing's all about, I suppose, isn't it? Right, let's sort the staging out. So that is for the Separatron, which will move towards the top. Then we've got the 24 engines and the clamps at the bottom. Separation of the second stage. Then second stage engine light up. Then we've got the first stage parachutes. We've got the fairing deployment. Fairing deployment can happen after second engine startup. And then we've got drogue chutes separate to parachutes. And then parachutes. And then the Separatron. Okay. You never seen the fairing thing. It is cool. And if you're having problems with the aerodynamics of your vehicle, fairings are brilliant. Fairings solve many problems. So there's nobody on board. We've got a few action groups though. So let's just have a look at them. So we've got the custom action groups to open and close the solar panels and arrays. But I think... what's this? Okay, so we can pop the fairing with custom 2 and we can toggle these radiators with custom 3. Okay. Let's see if we can deliver some RCS monopropellant to the moon and come back again. I have no idea whether this will work. And we've got to do it with the joystick as well. Fairings are amazing, Brandon. You are definitely correct there. Okay, so looks like we've got everything that we need in place. Let's just check. Yep, throttle is working. We'll set throttle to maximum. We'll turn the SAS on. The buttons on the back of the throttle down here, they're SAS and RCS, so they're on. I'm going to have to zoom out because this rocket is so big. Is it dawn or dusk? Looks like it's dawn. I do like to launch at dawn because it makes sure that we've got solar power energy for our journey. We've got an ablator, but it's low. Our monopropellant is low because we've deliberately not filled all the tanks to keep the weight down. Throttle is set to maximum. SAS is on. Now, I'll explain it on the way back. So here we go. 24 rocket engines for the TR-10 on its 4th test flight. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, launch. I didn't actually check the thrust to weight ratio of this. Just going to do a little turn because I want it to go over on its head so that we've got these fins helping with our curve as we go up. So here we go. The TR-10. It's got parachutes all over the booster for its re-entry. Looks like we are going slightly good. So let's see if I can nudge us over. We're only at 6k up, so I don't want to go too far just yet. Oh, steady. Alright, we're pretty much up to 10k now, so I'm going to start gently pushing our angle. There we go. It seems to be doing okay at the moment. We're nearly at 90 degrees and the booster has nearly run out. Booster is nearly out of fuel. Those 24 engines working overtime. We're coming over at the 90 now. Heading over at about 45 degrees, and that's it. Now we need separation. Switch to the second stage. Pop fairing. Enable engines. And level out our trajectory. There was a number of things that happened in quick succession then. It's relatively steep, but you kind of need to do it. So now if we zoom in, we've got the booster, the TR-10 booster, still heading up on its angle, and we've got the second stage. Once the second stage is pushed out to about 100k, which it has now, we're going to coast for a little while. So where are we looking? There we go. Just behind us there is the booster. And as long as the booster stays above about 24 kilometers up, it will not despawn. It's all to do with pressure of the planet that you're on. Like there's a certain maximum pressure. So this, if I do this right now, this will be the 4th successful time I've done this in a row, I think. Okay, now we need to start powering up. And we're just going to bring our nose down a little bit. We're going to transfer some of our height for width in some ways. And ideally what we need is to make orbit with the second stage before the TR-10 starts falling back through the atmosphere. Harvey's here watching on Twitch. Yo yo! We are attempting to do a 2-stage reusable rocket. So at the minute, the second stage is using all 4 of its engines under that skirt. It's pushing as hard and as fast as it can. And we are just about to make orbit. Here we go. And the second stage is now in orbit. We've got a periapsis of 81 on the other side there. Now we're going to switch back to the booster. We just make sure before we switch to the booster that we're going to deploy our solar panels. We don't want this to run out of power and us not to be able to control it. Alright, let's switch to the booster now. I'm kind of doing a SpaceX, yes, but I'm using parachutes. So, here's our booster. It's currently falling very quickly, but we're still in space at the moment, so we shouldn't have any problem using the SAS. Do you do a boost back? No, we're not doing a boost back, intense whooshing. The launch site is down there, and we don't actually get very far away from the launch site with this booster. It's just enough to get that second stage up and high enough for it to do its insertion burn. But the idea with this booster is we go in the wrong way. We go in head first. You can see there's a heat shield on the bottom there. It's got a tiny bit of ablator on that heat shield, not much. And once we get to certain aerodynamic pressures, the whole booster will flip round. And that is natural because of the weight of the engines. Like this tube here, it's now hollow and empty. There's no fuel in there. So the heavy end's at the back. And at some point on the way down, the heavy end naturally swings round to the bottom. And as it does so, it creates a lot of drag and slows it down. I think it's about to happen. Here we go. So there we go. You see we're pulling half a G just turning. And by the time the engines are pointing down, we've slowed down enough that nothing's going to blow up through heating. So the G-forces come up really high now because this is a big, light-ish object falling through the sky, and it decelerates quite quickly. And all what I'm saying is based on my experience of the previous 3 missions that I explained to you before we started this at the beginning of this stream. So I've turned the SAS system off, and we're going to deploy drogue parachutes very soon. There we go. There go the drogues. And that slows it down enough so standard chutes can come out. And that slows it down just enough, just above the water. Looks like we've got our 4th successful booster return. Now, like I said, this is the 4th time I've tried to do a mission. So there they go, there's the booster in the water. And it landed so perfectly, it's still upright. Look at that. That's fantastic. Recover. It is quite a few parachutes. I guess if I put less parachutes on it, it would land too quickly and it would just splosh. So there we go. That's the booster back. And if you look here, we get 92% of the value, because the further you are away from the space center, the less value you get. So we get 40 grand in recovered parts there. I think that's worth it. I think that's worth it. And now we can switch to our second stage and see how much fuel it's got left and whether we might be able to get to the moon. So let's see. If we get to the moon, we can definitely refuel and get back. Ooh, that liquid fuel's looking a bit low. I think we should dock with the space station and refuel before going to the moon. I don't think we can do it. Now that we are up here, though, we can shut down these side engines. That means that... do we go to the moon? Should we give it a try? Right, I'm pausing the game. Chat, you decide. We've got 1,336 units. Can't you land it on the launch pad? I could try. Technically. Maybe. Is the Delta V calculator broken? It looks like it. It's not actually calculating it for me. I don't know why, Harvey. Refuel first, says Harvey. Yeah, it doesn't seem to actually know what to do with itself. It's all coming up blank. Okay, it looks like the chat is saying refuel. Okay, cool. So if I knew I was going to the space center, the space station, I would have timed the launch better. But let's find out where it is. Okay, it's a little bit behind us here. So if we set that as a target, just check. Yeah, we're a little bit skew-whiff on the plane. Let's push ourselves out prograde a little bit. Do a top-up. We're going to do a top-up, Frederick. Hover slams are so cool. I'm not going to do a hover slam. We tell you what. At the end, if we get a new viewer plus subscriber in this stream, I will attempt to hover slam this somewhere near the launch pad. I will do my best. It will almost certainly fail, but I will do my best to try and do it. And then if we do it, then there'll be something else. I don't know. Right, let's prograde a little burn. Just to try and bring us together a little bit. That's cool. And what we'll also do is... we're only got a 1.5 degree wobble at our ascending node. So we want to go clockwise. That means we need to be at our anti-normal. With Brandon inside. Oh no, I'm not putting a Kerbal inside for a hover slam. I am not putting... I would not do that to a poor Kerbal. Above the line says, I wish I could get this game. I just don't know if my current computer could handle it. You could check to see if Kerbal Space Program is part of Steam's money-back guarantee thing. So I think if you buy a game on Steam and you... you can kind of return it within... I think it's 2 hours. Then you get your money back. But check. There is a thing. Brandon says everything is, yeah. Somebody needs to get Viewer Plus, Mr. Beantown says. Okay, so that's adjusted our pitch there. What I'm going to do is we'll come to the top of our orbit and we'll just push our periapsis out so that we match the space station, because the space station orbits at 100. Return within 2 hours of gameplay or within 2 weeks of purchase. Okay. So here we go. We're just pushing our orbit out now. That's 90, 91, 92, 93. Just so that hopefully we can get a lovely gentle intercept with the Kerbin space station. So it doesn't look like we're going to get it this time. Oh, actually, I think... Is it gonna? It's gonna be just behind us. Yeah, it's gonna be just behind us. So let's set the space station as our target, and we're gonna need to do a retrograde burn here because if we go round again at this orbit, I think it's going to overtake us. Yeah, it is. Here we go, look. These two are getting closer to each other, and when they get close... And... Plop. There we go. What's the separation there? 1.1 kilometers. Here we go. So... The space station is getting close. It actually got ahead of us just ever so slightly. There it is. 1.9 kilometers and we're catching up on it. And we need to expend 54 meters per second to offset. Couple of boosts to slow us down. There we go. We're within a kilometre. So now we are travelling perfectly in line with the space station, apparently. Oh no, close to perfectly in line. Let's adjust. Let's see, which way round is this? There we go. It's a little bit sluggish, but I'm going to save the monopropellant because I don't need to use monopropellant. We're just going to try and point it at the space station a little.
New viewer plus subscriber. Fantastic.
Oh, is that... Oh, we got a new sub. Oh. Toucan. Who... Oh no. Oh, I really didn't think we'd get another viewer plus subscriber live on the stream. Oh no, now I'm going to have to try and hover slam this. I'm not putting a Kerbal in it though. Oh my goodness. Do I at least get to fit some sort of legs, guys? Frederick, that was you. Oh, Frederick, thank you. Oh, dear. Okay, has anybody got... Everybody's getting excited. Oh, flip. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do a flip. So basically, yeah, I should be able to use legs. Okay, cool. As long as I have legs, there's a small chance I might make it. So the idea is that we do what we've just done. We get the TR10 up, the booster comes down. And then what we do, we send the second stage up, and on its way down, we come through the atmosphere basically sideways to the motion of flow, and then belly flop down towards the surface. But then as we're coming towards the surface of the planet, we light the engine, swing the ship round and try and land on its bum. I mean, I'm not good enough to get it on the launch pad. I will aim for the launch pad. I will probably miss the launch pad. We might even end up in the sea. But I will try. I will try. Right then. Oh my goodness. You felt, for some weird reason, you felt compelled to subscribe, did you? Well, okay, here we go. So we're boosting towards the targets, at about 5 meters per second. Let's up that to about 7. I'm not hearing any sounds from the game now. I just don't know if there is any sounds. Yeah, basically it's you last moment with the engines. Oh dear. Is this what we're going to end up doing? Am I going to end up saying, "Oh yeah, I'll do this crazy thing if somebody subscribes to Viewer Plus," and then all of a sudden somebody subscribes? Brandon says there's no sound in space. That's true, but you would still hear sound if you was on a spaceship because throttle makes things vibrate, and if things vibrate and you're in a pressurized vessel, so with air inside, then you'd hear it. Just 1 second thinks I can do it. There should be like an anti-punishment for me if I manage it, like an incentive to actually do it. I tell you what we'll do as well, folks. We'll bring some RCS up to this space station, so the flight isn't for nothing. So we'll bring the RCS up, and we'll try and hover slam it back. This is later in the stream, though, not just now. For this one, we're actually going to the moon. We're just coming over here to redo it. Mr. Beantown says, "I'll donate a bit if you legit hover slam land first time." It's not going to happen though. It's not going to happen. I don't think I've even tried to sandbox that. I will try, because I said I would try, and I meant it. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll just slow down for a start. We need to decide where we're going. Oh, we can dock anywhere, can't we? So, can I set that docking port as Tarbik? Man of his words. Right. Let's spin this thing round. Try and get close enough to refuel. I was kind of hoping that we'd be able to refuel, but it seems like kind of 4 tons to lunar orbit without a refuel is like a big ask. I mean, like I said though, this vessel is still quite new. This is only really its 4th mission. Benjamin's just arrived. Hello. So Benjamin, for anybody who's just arrived, I said I would attempt to hover slam my new rocket towards the end of the live stream if somebody subscribed during the stream to Viewer Plus. And somebody did. Like almost right away. So there we go. Your burrito just got here, Christopher. Oh my goodness. I don't think I could eat a burrito. I took the little one out for dinner today, and I had a burger. So I'm just going to get us closer to the space station, and then once we're a bit closer, we'll dock up and refuel. Obviously, we can choose any docking point we want, because we're only here to refuel. I think we'll go for this top one because we're like pretty much in the right position for it. So let's just steady. Okay, let's set that as target. Rotate the craft around to the right position. Shut down the engines, or the last engine. And we should be able to get this craft pretty close. And then a massive tip from me. Switch to the space station. And we'll do the same. So we'll set that as the target. Control from here. And then we can rotate the space station a little to make it easier for the dock. Now, granted, the space station turns better in one axis than another axis. There's Network 17 sat at the space station. So now we can go into docking mode, turn on the RCS, and we can just make sure this engine's off. There we go. We're going to head towards the space station at 0.5 meter a second to begin with, because we've got to align this better. We're a little bit high, so we're just going to disable the crossfeed here. Yep, we're coming down pretty good. One thing that we don't want to do is miss and smash into the solar panels. That would be pretty bad right now. Actually, let's come in slower. There we go. Oh, I accidentally clicked off the game. I don't think that's going to be close enough. Okay, we didn't get that right. Didn't get that right. Oh dear. Okay, here we go. Let's try again. This one's looking better. Oh my goodness. Camera angles are crazy. This is not easy. Okay, let's turn off docking mode and just point ourselves a little bit better at the target here. There we go. Monopropellant is fine. The thing is, I need to align this first. I've gone too high. No, I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. Christopher says, I always press the wrong button. Should be its own mean. Yeah, I do always press the wrong button. Basically, like, when I've got it perfectly lined up, just going to like pop it forward a bit. Then turn off RCS. I mean, it's close. There we go, it did attach. Wow, that is the longest dock I've done in a while. Okay, never mind then. So this fuel tank is huge. We don't need to refill it all. So what we'll do is we'll empty like one of the jumbo tanks maybe. There we go. Is that going to be enough fuel? I don't think it is. I think we're going to need a little bit more. There we go. So we now have plenty. That's plenty of fuel to get to this. And then again, we have got a relatively large payload. Let's put a little bit of extra fuel in it. There we go. Right, we've refueled. All that just to refuel. There we go. Right then, SAS on. Prograde. Keep the RCS off. We're going to turn the main engines on. And let's see where we are in the orbit. We are not in the right place to go to the moon right now. I think we need to give ourselves a tiny little thrust away from the space station so that we don't accidentally collide with it or anything like that. And we're going to wait until we warp to the bottom. Yeah, I mean, I've got the joystick assigned, and if the rocket's the right way round, then up does mean up. But it doesn't always mean that I remember that, or B, that the rocket is the right way round. So there's the moon. We have plenty of fuel to get there. So let's power up. So we're only using the main engine because it's more fuel efficient than these little side engines. It's only a little bit more fuel efficient, but when the length of the burn doesn't matter so much, like how long it takes to burn, it doesn't matter. Benjamin says, I live in Australia. It's also 6 a.m. Wow, 6 a.m. My goodness. Now we must remember to test the Separatron. We've forgotten last time. So if we have a look here, we have to be between 20 and 30k in orbit of the moon. Then we do a test. Activate the part through the staging sequence. Okay. So here we go then, folks. We are going to burn to the moon, test the Separatron, add the new module to the space station, and then come back home. Then what we'll do is potentially do another mission before attempting our hover slam. That looks like a relatively good capture. Ooh, that's a bit too low. Whoops. Slightly overcooked that. So we've done our transfer burn and we've got about half our fuel left still. So that's cool. Mr. Beantown says, I'm getting up to around 7 tomorrow to watch the lunchtime stream. Wow. That's dedication. That's 52k. It is a little bit bendy. It is a little bit bendy. I think what we'll do is we'll adjust the maximum throttle of our engine. We'll put a thrust limiter of 20%-ish on it, and that will help with our finer adjustments. So what's the orbit we need? 20 to 30k. That's 33. Yeah, that's 28. So what we'll do now is we will warp to halfway. And then we'll adjust this because that's the most fuel efficient step to adjust this. So at the moment we need this to go clockwise. So we will spin our spacecraft around to its normal. And at the moment we're looking in good condition. We've got about half fuel. Electrical charge is good. We've got loads of monopropellant. And we've even got our Separatron as well. So let's see what this does. Yep, that's levelling out the fly past. Looks pretty level to me, that does. Cool. Okay, let's warp to that position. There we go. And now we've lost probe control. The electrical charges. Oh no, look at that. Where's the sun? Oh, we've got a Kerbin eclipse. The sun is exactly on the other side of Kerbin. No, I didn't forget the solars. I've never had this in Kerbal Space Program before. Okay, so there's nothing we can do apart from wait until the Kerbin eclipse is over. You can see the inclination in the advanced orbital information. Okay, yeah, I probably should have looked at that. Looks like we're going to miss our opportunity for our burn. Wow. Oh, hang on. That sun looks like it might be starting to peak out. We might be able to grab it here. Surely we should be able to get a bit of that electrical energy now. There we go. Is it a bit late? I mean, I guess we could put a maneuver node in here and just see what happens if we retrograde. I mean, it does put us... It's like 200 or something meters of delta V. It says the burn time is like forever. But that's because it can't calculate it. Okay, let's do it. We're going to try it. I've not done it before. Let's see what happens. Here we go. Well, actually, that's the point. I need to change the thrust on the engines again. Thrust limiter, 100%. Are we doing it? Yeah, it is coming. There it is. It's going to whip round any second. Here we go. There. And then... I think, is it radial out? It is quite a detailed game. No, it's not. It's not radial out. It's radial in. Sometimes I don't actually do the maneuver nodes. I just use the maneuver nodes to make sure I know where I'm going with it. So at the minute, we just loop around and crash straight into the surface. But ideally, we want to get this periapsis between 20 and 30. So there's 25. That's it. We've done it. We've managed to get where we wanted. So let's warp to that location. Now, according to the contract, we need to activate the Separatron through staging. So let's move the Separatron to the stage. and activate it. Here we go. You ready? It's probably just going to spin the ship. There we go. So that's the contract complete. Now we can drop off the new module for the space station and go back home. So we need to set the space station as our target. We'll do a retrograde burn. A retrograde burn to bring our orbit down. The space station needs to catch up with us anyway. There's the advanced orbital information. Roughly do this by eye, I think. Now, is that's an exact intersect there, isn't it? 3.2 kilometers. I'll take that. Whoop. That will do quite nicely. So, where is it? Where's the space station? Oh, there it is. It's down there. So it's currently 4.7 kilometers away. We appear to be heading quite a lot towards it still, in a sort of way. So let's get ready to kind of null that out. We've got plenty of fuel for our docking and stuff. So it's at these times where we want these fine controls that I'm going to change this thrust limiter back to 25%, roughly. And then if we turn and face the space station, do a little burn towards it. Oh my goodness. RCS, RCS. Come on. We've got a load of monopropellant. Let's use it. There we go. Hover slam. Yes, we're going to do a hover slam. Not in this mission. Not in the next mission. But the one after. I think. We'll see. Shall I do the hover slam next? Not with this one. We need this one. Okay, let's do a little burn. We'll head towards it at about 20 meters per second, I think. There we go. And we can use the map to say, oh, okay, we're going to get close here. Let's warp there. All right, so we'll bring this one back properly with the parachutes. Then we'll do the next trip up to the space station and back, and then we'll do the hover slam then. Or, sorry, we'll attempt the hover slam then. Okay. We just need to dock this and bring it back. Actually, that's not a bad little what do you call it? An arrival, because that's only our first burn towards the station, and it's just over there. Now we have to approach the station in the right way here, because we want to actually attach this module and leave it there. I'm thinking it wants to either go on the end of the habitation module or on the end of the command module. I think on the end of the command module would be a good idea. So let's just point ourselves up a little. Whoops, steady, not that much, not that much. Okay, that'll do. I think we should place it on this docking port here. Docking point on the top there. Don't think we're going to crash into the space station. Okay. Let's do the control from here. Let's turn our lights on because we get lights to help us deploy this. Now luckily this section is round and symmetrical, so it's actually really easy to line up because it doesn't matter which way we're facing. Okay, here we go. So we're now got ourselves more or less lined up with the space station. So we'll switch the space station. Control from here. Set that as target. And we'll align the space station with the craft. Luckily, again, there's 2 axes which is really easy to get this spinning on. 1 not so much. But that's alright. Okay, so now they're more or less facing each other a little bit. We can switch back and just do some corrections. This is a relatively good way of lining yourself up if you're able to do this, like with both the space station and the ship. There we go. So I think let's just turn the RCS on. Give us a little, make sure those engines are shut down. Little gentle push towards the target. Right. Which way up am I? There we go. Okay, here we go. We're coming in too quick for my liking. Okay, so looking at this, we need to go down. And we need to go quite a lot down, actually. Oh, that was enough. Okay, here we go. Oh, that was much cleaner, wasn't it, folks? That was much better. Fantastic. And now we have RCS loaded here. Now, we should not need any of the monopropellant from this vessel. So in theory, can I get into its tanks? So there is 1, 2, 3 tanks there. That tank there, and we can say in. And then we can load the other one. We don't need any monopropellant, do we? Because we're just going to take this back and land it. So 1, 2, 3 tanks. And in there. There we go. Okay, so we've transferred all the monopropellant. We've got the new module on the space station. We've tested the Separatron and the contract's complete. Yep, that's all good. So I guess we need to just go back now. Have we got enough fuel? Probably not. How much fuel have we got in here? Nothing. How much fuel have we got in here? Nothing. How much fuel? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, we are so low on fuel. We are really low on fuel on the space station. We've only got a few tanks left. Ah, dear. More fuel is better, surely. Well, we don't need the monopropellant for the rest of the trip. You only need the monopropellant for docking. We've done the only dock we need to do. We're going to go on the way back. More fuel is more weight, and also we can drop the monopropellant off here for other vessels that need it. We don't need it. So, it's time to disconnect and see if we can bring this back to the planet. Which, for me, is the fun bit. So if we undock here, We can leave the SAS on and the lights on because we have our big solar panels now. We actually have a load of monopropellant here. And what we could probably do is empty some of the monopropellant from the tug. When's JB coming home? I don't know. I mean, he's got YouTube and stuff up there, so he's got a lot of science to crunch through. There's a lot of science in there, so when he's finished crunching all the science. Right, let's switch to the TR10 second stage. Come out of docking mode. Enable the engine. And we will just lift up. And we'll do just a quick burn away from the space station. And also, before I forget, change the thrust limiter back. Okay, so now we need to go back to Kerbin. Is J-Bane locked down? Sort of. So we're just going to do a prograde burn. Where's the space station? There it is. There's Kerbin, and here we go. Let's bring this second stage home. Is weight and even a calculation in space? Yeah, Brandon, you'd think maybe like your thought there is like quite logical, but yeah, weight definitely is, because no matter whether you're weightless, or actually weight isn't, mass is. For you to accelerate a mass, it takes energy. And whether that's on the ground or in space, you still require energy to change a mass. So if a mass is stationary, it requires energy to move it. If a mass is moving, it requires energy to stop it. And that's the same in space. So if we get rid of all the fuel we don't need and leave it at the space station, that makes our journey more fuel efficient and more workable. So here we go. Coming back to Kerbin, there's our periapsis coming in towards the planet. We've got a good amount of fuel for this, so I'm actually I will dip us into the atmosphere, but only just. Like, only very just. Like 65. Okay. So there goes the moon. We're on our way back.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Tacape, I hope I got that right. How heavy is Earth? Very, I would guess. So we're actually going to come in now. So what we need to go is retrograde, and then we'll do a burn. And we've got quite a lot of fuel. I think we'll be okay. But let's see how it goes. So we're going to have to do this from the map mode. And we need to bring this down to ideally 70 kilometers, but I don't know if we've got the fuel for that. Or near 70 kilometers. If we have, we'll get to choose the point of which we land back on the planet. If we've... E is a notation, which basically means times 10 to the. So basically, I think that means 24 zeros. Yeah, scientific notation. We're going to have enough fuel to actually pick our landing spot. So I will try and get close to the space station, to the space complex. So the first thing we're going to do is fast forward until we're back up to 70 kilometers. Yeah. It doesn't have to be zeros, I don't think. Right, so we're back in space. I'm going to warp here. We're going to push our periapsis up, and we're going to try and land at the space station. Not the space station, the space center. So here we go. Periapsis up to about 70, 71. Yeah, 73 is close enough, I think. And then I think... what I'm doing and what I've been trying to do is get it so that we land in the water just in front of the space center. So we're going to do a retrograde burn now. Can't use RCS because we haven't got any monopropellant. We left it all at the space center, space station. Oh, I sent the wrong way round. Right, so we want this to be about 70. That's not far off. Okay. So what we're going to do now is push the periapsis to 0 at 90 degrees from the space center, but then just a little bit more. So basically a retrograde burn at about 80 degrees until the periapsis is at 0. So there's the space center at the bottom. Right, facing us. We are just past 90 degrees towards the space station. And now we're going to bring the periapsis down to 0. And hopefully we survive re-entry. There we go. I think that should do it. I mean, the line takes us just round to the other side of the planet, but by the time you get atmospheric drag, I think we'll be looking pretty good. So now this is the important bit. This is the thing that I was going to explain earlier, but I said, oh no, I'll talk about it when we're on our way back. This kind of belly flop maneuver would have been near impossible to do previously because we didn't have the probes that can align the vessel to the radial in or the radial out. Last time we unlocked a load of stuff, including that. So if we look down here in the bottom corner, we have the options to do radial out, which means we're pointing out from the radius, basically away from the center of the orbit. Radial in is pointing towards the center of the orbit. So if we resume the flight, you'll see that our second stage turns around. And are we going to get some sun coming in? We are. So I'll probably leave the solar panels out until the last possible second. You see now the front or the tip of the vessel is pointing up away from the surface. I'm going to rotate it a little so that it's going full belly first. Now remember, we're just doing a normal landing here. We're not doing the hover slam this time round. We'll do hover slam next time. Okay. We're going to use parachutes this time. Now on the back here we've got some radiators because it gets warm coming in. So as long as... yeah, there's the sun, so our electrical charge is going up. And I need to get ready just to fold in the solar panels and the antenna. We'll let the batteries charge up before I fold them in. And we could probably do a little bit of fast forwarding. Okay, so now we're actually out of space officially, and we're about to come up to the atmosphere. We're about to hit atmosphere. Electrical charge is maxed out, but we'll keep as much of that as possible for as long as possible to make sure we've got enough to get down. Okay, we're going to start getting heating and stuff soon. So at 60 kilometers, I'm going to press 1 to fold in everything. And I'm going to press 4 to activate the radiator. Okay, the radiator is active. That radiator is active. So hopefully, if anything gets hot coming in, the radiators should keep it cool enough for us to survive. And in the previous 3 missions, it did work. Excuse me then, folks, excuse me. Right, so here we go, folks. So looking at the map, the landmass we are... Where are we? Yeah, the landmass we're coming up to is the landmass with the space station. And what we're trying to do is aim for the waters just over the other side of the landmass. So we need to get over these mountains and then land it. And ladies and gentlemen, there are no drogue chutes on this. There are no drogue chutes at all. So this is the 4th time of me trying to do this. This is the first time we've done it on stream with this new test ship. It looks like it's all coming in pretty straight. So I've just got my hand on the stick just in case I need to do any alignments. But so far, we're coming in sideways. And we're looking good. You can see both sets of these tail fins doing their job to keep the vessel upright. We've got a little bit of heating happening down here. That's probably on this forward RCS port, but we've got a lot of the worst stuff yet to come. There's the moon. We've been there this time. And we're still not into the thick part of the atmosphere, and we're going around 2 kilometers a second. Now this is the landmass. I can just see the space center coming up ahead of us. If I've timed this wrong, we might actually land on the land instead of the water. But we're still going 2 kilometers a second sideways, and we are about 40 kilometers up in the air. We're losing it. We're losing it. That's it. This time it has not been successful. We lost it. So the vessel flipped. I'm trying to right it now. It's not doing great. Oh my goodness. Okay. With the extra spinning, we're going to fall short. I'm sure of it. Trying to just get this round back on the correct side, but it's not having any of it. It's spinning wildly. It may be that once we're through the thicker atmosphere, we might be able to control it better. We definitely need some better controls. This did happen on one of the 4 missions. I can't remember which one it is. But the good news is the radiators have done their jobs. Have I inverted flaps? I don't think so. Hang on. I think we've almost regained control. Whoa! No. Hang on a minute. Which way round are we? Come on. So the spinning is going to have cost us. Okay, so we definitely need to improve this one. I mean, it survived. But look at that go. It's just spinning out of control. Let's turn the SAS off and on again. Look at that. It's just spinning out of control. Why it's doing that, I have no idea. Let's turn the SAS system off and see if I can... Oh, look. Look, turn the SAS system off and it naturally balances. I've got it. I think I've got it. Okay, we're coming in. This is how it's supposed to come in. I'm doing it manually. The SAS couldn't handle it. Getting ready for shoots. Oh, oh, have I lost it? Have I lost it? Oh, I think I've lost it again. We'll be able to deploy shoots though at these speeds, so we'll be alright. The vessel will be fine. Interface says you have to invert your flaps. You enter the other way around. But this worked twice for me. Oh well. We got it back. We got it back. We need to look at some. We need to do some improvements. But mission success. Actually, we've recovered both halves. Now it didn't come in through the atmosphere how we wanted to. So there's some improvements to be made there. So you got an idea for me? Yeah, it'd be great if you could put any ideas you've got in the ideas channel on my Discord. That way we can have a good look at them when I'm not streaming. Thank you. So we've got back 96% of the value, 20,000 from parts on that one. Yeah, rough calculation says that's 60,000 we got back. An improvised landing, yeah. Okay. I feel like we need to do some tests to get this working better. What happened? Why didn't the second stage glide like it was supposed to? Let's put the passenger module on top. I guess we could just launch this and give it a go. So the authority limiter on both of these flaps is correct. The deploy direction looks fine. I think. I guess we could... I don't know. Let's just... Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, undo whatever that was. Let's get these ones and reattach them in the other mode, in symmetry. Mirror symmetry. So then if we deploy them, look, they deploy the same way. That might be something to do with it. So deploy... Deploy. All flaps are now pointing the right way. Let's give that a test. We'll give that a test. We'll fire it over above the water, and we'll just see if we can then belly slam it down. I don't know how high we'll get with the fuel that's on there. So SAS on, throttle to maximum. And go. I mean, it is big. It's going up a little wonky. But that's fine. Doesn't matter so much. Ideally we want to go up at a bit of an angle though, because we want to test this flop out. Here we go. So we're going to test this flop. Don't know how high we're going to end up. Let's have a look. 5 kilometers. Yeah, we've got plenty of fuel left. Just remember, everybody, that I am going to be doing a little Q&A sometime soon. So if you want to ask me a question for that Q&A, head over to the public Discord, and in the general channel, there is a thread for Q&As. So drop your question in there, and we'll be able to answer that pretty good, hopefully. Fingers crossed. So we won't be able to simulate a full, like, orbital re-entry, but hopefully we'll be able to get at least the last part and kind of like the diving part in. I do feel like it needs like a tail on the back to help with the balance of the left and right. But I don't want to add more mass because that will make it less efficient. And I don't want the vehicle to be uneven. So we're doing alright actually. We've got a 33, 34, 35 kilometre 42 actually, so we're going to go sideways a bit here. We're going to be able to get up to a kilometre a second. Have you considered doing a forward re-entry and removing the front flaps? I'm pretty sure the whole thing will burn up pretty quickly there. So here we are. We're in orbit. We're 56 kilometres up and going sideways quite quickly. We're going to turn the radiators on. The radiators are on. Brilliant. We're not at our highest point yet, so we're actually going to be able to simulate this. We just won't be going quite as quick. I know I didn't have the front cone last time. That might have been something to do with it. I am wondering whether like having the front cone and having the extra mass and aerodynamic drag at the top is helpful. It might have been why one of my 3 other missions I had the same problem. So let's... were we going back down yet? No, we're still going up. Still going up. We're going up slower. And now we're on our way back down. Okay, so here we are. We're simulating exactly what we've just been through. We can bring the solar panels out for a second. Hardly any atmosphere up here, so we can just top up those batteries quickly. There we go. Batteries are all topped up. Radiators are all up and working. Yeah, I've got a funny feeling it's to do with like having the cone in this upper section here that allows for the extra drag that is required to stop it from doing what it was doing. So here we go. We're now coming back down. We're coming back in. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. Now we got no fuel here, so we'll just be landing... There, here we go. So we got the re-entry heating. The flaps are doing their job. Now, granted, we're not coming in quite as fast as we did before. Does appear to be leaning forward quite a lot, but again it's managed it this time, so I'm wondering if the profile of the craft is very important for that. Seems to be coming in very neatly. Pretty much smack on. So it's slowly decelerating. It might need a little bit of manual input, but it is keeping it very balanced still. I think it might be to do with the mass distribution. I mean, this one is empty. Oh no, look, it's spinning. But I was able to stop the spin with a little twist. Oh no, no, it's going out of control again, is it? Or is it? Let's do the change the camera. Just try and lock the horizon. And it's certainly coming down. Aero Forces overlay. No, I haven't checked the Aero Forces because I've got that same buttons on staging. Oh my goodness, this is dizzying. Whoa, we've gone all the way over. No, that was the wrong way. I mean, the thing is that we're falling down so slowly. What? Why is the SA? Oh, we've run out of electrical charge. Yeah, this is going to go badly. We've lost it. We've lost this one. So it is sort of gliding. Your craft is circular, so it should be a perfect circle. Okay, let's do the game giveaway. So remember, you can only enter the game giveaway if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch. Enter on Twitch if you can. If you enter on YouTube and win, you will need to claim your prize via come into the Discord. Right then. So this second stage, it's like it wants to work, but there's something not quite right about it.
Fantastic.
And I can't quite figure out what it is. Intense Whooshin, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. It shouldn't be a perfect circle. Follow the instructions in the chat by the bot, which will tell you how to enter. I mean, I've had 4 orbital re-entries now, all of which we survived, which is the important thing. 2 of them I managed to stay stable until it was time to open the chutes, and 2 of them the aircraft has ended up tumbling. And I'm wondering if there's anything like... Oh, hang on. Do we have... We've got radial air intakes. We don't want anything ridiculous like that. Ideally, I don't really want to add too much mass to this. I did say at the beginning that this would need some tweaks and stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, aerodynamic forces would probably be a good thing to check. But we'd just see some good drag on these. Where's the centre of mass when the thing is empty? Okay, it's here. Pretty much between the 2 fins. Okay, that's not too bad, but if we take the top off, again, it's not a massive difference there. Would extra fixed fin stabilise it better? Potentially. I mean, what we could do, and it would be potentially like the weirdest thing in the universe. Okay. What if, and hear me out here, folks. What if we put a hinge? We put a aerodynamic. Now, do we want a tail fin or a winglet? A winglet bigger? No, winglets are smaller. Right, so if we put a winglet on the bottom of this, like that. Tweak it so that it's actually straight. Then turn this round the other way. No, not that way. Oh my goodness, I made it all wonky now. Hang on a second, folks. Right, de-wonk that. Turn this. Okay. I didn't mean to... Meant to right click. There we go. So if we... we can actually stow an extra wing underneath. The SAS should be working till the end because of the solar panel. The solar panels are retracted during re-entry. Is this on Twitch? Yes, it's on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and we're also live on Steam. Yeah, like a shark fin that pops out for re-entry. Wham. Like that. Now, it is facing the wrong way, but I can fix that. And it's not in the middle, but again, I can fix that. So we can bring it over and temporarily bring it outwards so we can get the alignment. And then I guess the fin itself would need to move down below the hinge. No, it should be retracted on re-entry and extended on atmosphere exit. Well, we've got re-entry problems. We haven't got exit problems. So that would be our tail fin that helped keep the left and right balance. But we could... It's going to be difficult to click now, I think. Yeah, and it gets retracted into the engine skirt. Your control surfaces must always be behind your centre of mass in the direction of travel. It will be. On re-entry, the centre of mass is here, in the middle. We're moving this way to the right. The fin is over here, in the direction of travel. So whilst you are correct, you are not taking into account the frame of reference. The only thing is, I think that would explode. So what we're going to do is we'll see if we can actually get it set as an action group. Custom 5. Toggle. And we'll give it a test. So this is a second stage. We'll do it... We'll save it and we'll put a lid on it. So we'll put the lifter module on top. but as if the fairing has been blown and we've delivered the payload. There we go. Can you leave part of the rocket in orbit and then reattach it before re-entry? Yes. In theory, what we could do is we could use the second stage to launch a microscopic rocket which goes off somewhere, comes back, and then reattaches to the second stage for re-entry. But we're going to give this a try with this rear fin. I have no idea if it's going to work. But it costs us 22 grand. We've got nearly 3 million in the bank. And if we can perfect this vessel, it will mean that we only really pay a little bit of fuel. Oh, actually, did I forget to put fuel back in? Yes, I did. Oh, sorry, I did not consider you re-entry belly first. So yeah, this is exactly it. We're doing a belly first ship. So whilst what you said was perfectly right, your theory was right, your application was not for what we were doing. And yes, we're going in belly first. So that tail on the back there might actually be good. Ballast to shift center of mass off axis. You mean to move it over to the left? I don't know. So when we're re-entering, sometimes we have a little bit of fuel, but I'm going to put a lot of fuel in so that we can get high up. And then let's give it a try. And we may put landing legs on this yet. I don't know. I've got a funny feeling if we've got landing legs and we land on land, all we're going to do is bounce. Right, here we go then. So SAS on, throttle to maximum, and stage. Rotate. And because we are just doing this with the second stage, it's a little bit wonky, but it's not too bad. It doesn't really want to fly straight. Looks like that part in there's overheating slightly. Have you considered a stock 1x1 solar panel on the back? We shouldn't need it. I've never needed it doing any of the missions. The thing is that with this test... Whoa! Oh! That's what I was afraid of. Think we just exploded our fin. Yeah, we did. Okay, let's abort the test. Abort the test. Let's bring this thing down. Boost back, boost back, boost back, boost back. I mean, I could just put, like you say, I could just put a solar panel on the back, but we're not guaranteed to be coming in sunlight anyway. This thing has to have enough electrical power to last through re-entry, and normally it does. The only problem is that we didn't extend the solar panels. Actually, this is doing a little bit of a nice test now. Yeah, we're going back to assembly, but we don't revert. This is a stock playthrough that we're not doing reverts on, unless we're deliberately messing around to blow things up and just messing about. We're actually trying to do the missions here. So this is what I mean about it just spinning wildly, because it doesn't seem to have the authority to do anything. And I think this wing that I want to put in would do just the job. But I think we have to move the engines in order to make that happen. So... Gecko says, sorry, don't know the game, but if you could have a model that could reattach and aid for landing. A module. Yeah, I mean, I was reading the chat, didn't deploy chutes. That's annoying. We just lost 20 grand because I was reading chat. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you have to take that module up there with you, and that's added extra mass that you have to take. Yes, leaving it in orbit would be good, but then you've got to get back to that module and attach again. So, I mean, it's an interesting thought. I'm not sure it's what we're after here. What we need to do here is try this new tail fin. This new tail fin might actually resolve everything. The problem we have is these engines keep blowing up. If you want to keep it stable on its belly, you could also bring the flaps to the upper and back of the craft and make use of the non-directional drag on the flaps. You can revert, I wouldn't mind. I'm not going to. We're not going to do reverts. Okay, let's put the this rocket on its side so we can look up at its skirt. So this is what we tried to put in there, and it exploded. I think we're going to need to move these engines. And we do definitely need to move. We do definitely need these engines. So I guess let's try and replace them. Do that? Can I get them to fit on the side? Looks like they're facing the right way. Nimis, hi, watching on Twitch, welcome. So if we put them more like deep into the engine bell, they're going to blow everything up, I think. Like a secondary small... Does that stick out? That sticks out. That doesn't stick out. Okay, that could work. I do want to be able to turn the engines on and off though. So like... Custom 1 is antennas. Custom 2 is the deploy. Custom 3 is the radiator. 4... is the fin. Oh wait, no, 5's the fin apparently. What's 4? Okay, let's set 4 that. Turn 5 off. Hey, hey, hey. Right, I think that might stop it from blowing up. So let's try that. Cool. Make the vessel taper inwards at re-entry and what? Okay, let's see. As long as that tail fin doesn't blow up, we might have a successful test here. So let's see if it takes off okay. Okay, we're taking off okay. Looks like we've still got some debris 11 kilometers out. Let's face the right way. I've gone round too far.
Fantastic.
My goodness. It seems relatively stable. Thank you for the follow, Nims. The 4 engines seem to be working quite well. I just hope the skirt doesn't get too hot from these smaller engines. Okay. There we go. So I've just realised why this is so difficult to control. It's because of this flat end on it. Normally we wouldn't be flying up with this flat end on, but we're simulating the re-entry. That's what we're doing. Or at least part of the re-entry anyway. Hopefully we can actually recover this and I won't have spent money for no reason. We've still got some debris in the water behind us. I was a little bit annoyed that I could have had that recover. Okay. Just going to pop us a little bit more into the wind. Doesn't have to be smooth, like the angle that we're going up for that. This is just a test. I can't remember what button I bound this to, but it looks like the tail fin is still there. We are facing the wrong way, but rotating us around won't be a problem. Okay, looks like we're going sideways quick enough and upwards quick enough for a relatively fair test here. I just hope we don't explode on the way up. Okay.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Oh my goodness. Well, that... Look. Oh no, we're going to come in. We're going to come in hot. No, this isn't the right test. Oh, this is no good at all. Oh, I've accidentally overcooked it. This is going to explode. This is going to explode. Okay. Let's get the solar panels out. Oh no. We're coming up way too high. Look how high we're going. Oh, this is so going to explode. If this doesn't explode, I'll be really surprised. Okay. So, we're on the dark side of the planet. Coming in super fast because I've overdone it. Let's get that rear wing out. Oh, the wing. Oh, see, look, it's spinning round already. It just can't cope with it. It's just not enough to control things. Let's save our wing. Retract the wing. I mean, if this makes it through the atmosphere, expensive fireworks. This was... yeah, this is going to start exploding very soon. This is a 20 grand rocket. Although, actually, we've come through the worst of it. Okay, let's see if we can regain control. Tail out. SAS is on. It's trying. No, it's not managing it. That tail doesn't seem to be doing... oh, it's trying. It is trying. It's just not actually doing what I hoped. Ah! Click the tail, click the tail, click the tail. Yeah, it kind of is actually... it's kind of settling, actually. Yeah, I think the mass is just off. Nah. But like I said, we've made it back down. It kind of is working there, look. Look at that! It's trying to. It's going head over flip. The charge will run out. I'll turn the SAS off. The charge isn't going to run out. Let's just prograde it. Let's just fly the... let's prograde this thing. Oh, retrograde it down. Let's turn the SAS off before the charge runs out. Look at that. Okay, with around 2k to go, SAS on, belly flip, and we'll deploy chutes shortly. Think we'll be all right. Ooh, bring the tail in, bring the tail in. I just thought if it lands on this tail it's going to explode, but we can bring it in. That is cool though. Okay. So we've done 4 missions and 2 tests. In all, let's turn the SAS off. In all of the missions, in half of the missions, it came in without losing control. In the other half of the missions, it lost control. And in both of the tests, no legs. This is designed for water landing, Jash. Designed for water landings. These are just tests. So yeah, we did 4 test missions. In 2 of the missions, it came in without losing control. In 2 of the other missions, it lost control. We've done 2 tests and it lost control in both. So we only got 5k because we landed that on the other side of the planet. But we can afford it. This is the important thing. Oh, by the way, I'm going to close entries to the giveaway soon. So if you want to be within the chance of winning the game giveaway, have a good look at that now. Right then. So the radiators do their job at getting the heat away. This fin at the back seemed to do nothing. These ones seem to do the job, but it doesn't seem like it's enough. Do we have any bigger control surfaces? See that the winglet is smaller than the tail fin. And actually has the same amount of deploy as well. So that's no good. How to enter the giveaway. The instructions, if I close entries, close entries. Oh, it looks like it's, oh no, you actually missed it. Sorry, the giveaway has stopped. We just need to pick a winner, I think. Looks like the bot's not responding. I'll go back to the bot in a minute and see if we can sort that out. So basically, the winglet is smaller, the tail fin is bigger, and I think they're the only ones with control surfaces. So you got the control surface winglet, the non-control lifting surface. That's got a control surface, but it's tiny. It's just a little flappy bit on the bottom there. And then I think that's it for control surfaces. The design of the petrol Verus plate would give you a lot of belly stability. I do need belly stability. I can barely say it. I need it so badly. I do like the way that this flips out, though. It just doesn't do what we need it to. You think the wings move the wrong way for a belly flop move? What, you think they should move more like Elonerons? I mean, I can't just get over how cool that looks for them coming out of there like that. Boop. 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 It's like, hello, got a surprise. Hello. You could definitely do landing legs like that. Mr. Beantown, this is a fake record. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about there. Yeah, we need to make this a little bit more stable, though. A little bit stable. There's certainly not the masses amount of things that I would hope. We do have... What about unlocking things? What about unlocking... I know you're typing in Discord. I can see it come from there. Let's leave this vehicle assembly building and have a look at the science to see if there's a part that can help us with this that we're going to unlock soon. So let's go over to R&D. In aerodynamics, we do get more flappy bits and air brakes. But from what I understand, air brakes are either deployed or not. It's like you can't use them as a control surface. There is a standard canard, which is a control surface. It's got a relative wing area of 0.52. But its maximum deflection is only 15 degrees. So 0.52. Let's compare that with the previous ones that we unlocked. So there we go. Look, the tail fin is 0.6 and has a maximum deflection of 25 degrees. So it actually has a smaller deflection and a smaller surface area. I mean, these control surfaces here, relative... What if you attach something to a control surface? Does it become a bigger control surface? We need to test this. Space plane hangar. Can you attach something to a control surface? I think the answer is no. Let's just open up the Kestrel 4. It's a good plane. Can I fit something to a control surface like this piece of flappy bits? No. What if I hold Alt? No. So we can't add things to control surfaces to make them bigger. Yeah, I can have hinges. But you can't... Like, here's the hinges. So there's the hinge, which I can flap a bit around with. But I don't think... Oh, can I actually hook this up with a controller? Open editor. Oh my goodness, look at this. Excuse me. Action groups. Axis control. Controller open track editor. Wow. Okay, so it's a played track. So it's a number of movements, I think. Toggle. So we could actually have some flaps that come out. Disengage motor drive, set angles, toggle same vehicle interaction. We don't want that. Torque limit, dampening, axis field. This is such a NASA design challenge. We spent $5 bazillion to recover $1 million rocket. That's right. Translate left, translate mid throttle. I mean, I could actually. I don't. Oh my goodness. Pitch. So it's like that, isn't it? So I've just bound this hinge to pitch. I mean, we're going to just put the brakes on this craft on. Just watch this whole thing explode. Alright, brakes. See, look. I can adjust the pitch of that hinge with the stick. But if I took... Does the SAS have control over that as well? Okay. We might actually have something here. We might be able to make our own control surfaces. I didn't know this was possible. If we can have bigger flaps, we might be alright. The only problem with bigger flaps is they'll be a little bit heavier. So let's just scale this down a little bit because that is ridiculous. That was just a ridiculous test. So for robotics, if we remove these flaps here, and there we go. Put that one on there. Then add a bit of wingy bit to it. Like this. Yeah, nope. Sort of. No. Yes, like that. There we go. Now we're going to have to reattach this as something on both sides. So let's do that now. And then if we say target angle is 25 degrees. Yeah, see, it's only going to have control authority in one direction, but for our flaps, we probably would need it in both. Guess we can just toggle that part, rotate it about a bit. For the purposes of this test, that is. There we go. So then we can say we can either have it totally up or... So that's 180 is down, and then we've got about there, which is normal, and about there, which is up. So whatever that, 119. So we can actually limit that. And then we've got, there's our target angles. And there's our kind of stock. And then we can go to action groups, select that, and am I right into saying that should be pitch? Target angle pitch. Adjust input response speed. Let's put that to 50%. Incremental control. Normal control. Normal control. Click to reverse the controls. Okay, so I can't test this here, so let's... I should have saved this as a variant, but never mind. Let's launch it. Put the brakes on. Pretty sure I have brake. Yeah, I have brake control down here on the joystick. So, and I think this plane has an abort, but we're not going to take it up with anybody on board. So let's put the brakes on. See, that's the problem. You see, they don't revert back to a zero state unless SAS might be involved. Okay, we need to fly this. We need to fly this to find out if this is going to work how I want it to. If it is, we could probably put ailerons on the second stage. And like only enable them for re-entry. So if we go straight back into the space plane hangar, it should load our autosave ship. And then we just take the people out the cockpit. It's time for the game giveaway winner, and the winner is Gecko. Congratulations. You're on YouTube, so you need to come over to the Discord and to claim your prize. If you come into the general chat and just say hello, I will work it out for you. Okay, so let's just make sure there's nobody on board, and we're going to actually take off the Kestrel 4 with these test flaps. Just come into the Discord and say hello, I'm here to claim my prize or something, and we'll arrange for that prize to get sent to you. Right, so here we go. I'm going to turn SAS on, throttle to maximum, and I can't remember how to fly this. Oh, steady. Come on. Oops. Well, what you're looking for is a non-follow-up action. A non-follow-up action? Oh my goodness. I don't even know where to look for that one. That looked expensive. I don't know how much it was. I don't want to look to see how much it was. A non-follow-up action. Let's see if we can try again. It's like the whole thing drifted away, so just make sure there's nobody on board. There's nobody on board. 33,000. No lives were lost. Is that reusable now? It is what reusable? The Kestrel? Well, we'll just build a new Kestrel. It costs us another 33 grand. Right. Have a little drink. Right. SAS on. Throttle to maximum. Engines on. Just going to try and keep it straight and let it take itself off, because I know this can do that. Oh, they're reverted. They're reversed. I just saw it in time. The flaps that we've put on it are inverted. That's another 33 grand down the drain. R&D costs. It's fine. Once we get these flaps working, we'll try and do my slam. Just need to recover all the debris from our tests. Wow, there's a lot of debris from that second stage over there. So yeah, I need to invert that control. So if we go into actions and just select this and pitch, click to reverse. There we go. Save. Make sure nobody's on board. Launch. I just saw it then. Just as we were trying to take off, the flaps went the wrong way and pushed the nose into the ground. Aren't you supposed to be reusing your rockets today? Yes, we are. I'm guessing you weren't here for the first half of the live stream. So the first half of the live stream, I was showing you a work in progress reusable rocket. It's got a flaw that we're trying to fix, and that's because it's a work in progress. So SAS on, throttle to maximum, take the brakes off, and what we're doing is we're testing a theory and a possible fix on an aeroplane, because it's a lot easier to take off with an aeroplane and test the theory. So here we go. Let's retract that landing gear. So these flaps now I don't know if the SAS system is working on them. But if I pull myself up, I mean, it seems to. It's actually working quite nicely. Let's do aerodynamic forces. So we're concentrating on these two flaps at the back and the hinges attached to them. So they have got drag on there. Okay. I think we can make ourselves some flaps that might do the job. The only problem is I don't think the SAS will hold it. Okay, I'm going to deliberately pull this. Try and prograde it. So the SAS system doesn't control them. Full throttle. It's only the joystick. Okay. So this plane is reusable. We've just crashed it twice. Aren't the force vectors smaller than on ordinary flaps? I'm not 100% sure. It does appear to me that they are working how I want them to, in a very nice way. The only problem I have is that it's only joystick. There's no SAS on the pitch and yaw of these. So I would have to manually force adjustments to these flaps. I don't know. I mean, the force vectors essentially are these blue lines, I think, on the surface, whereas the yellow ones are from the control surfaces. Maybe you probably need more flap to make more of a difference. But it certainly seems to be working, at least from a manual standpoint. Okay, let's get rid of all this. Cut the engines. We're coming in for an emergency landing. Whoa! There we go. Emergency landing. I mean, these flaps would be brilliant for... I don't know. I'm in like 7 minds about it all. It was a good landing spot, Egg. Yeah, I like that. I wonder how many people didn't know the emergency landing procedure for the Kestrel. Better than X-Men. Right, okay, so we've learnt how that works. And it only cost us a little bit of fuel. Plus the 2 planes that we smashed into the ground, but I'm not counting them right now. We just had the control surfaces reversed. So then, I think the question for me then is... What's this? Translate UD. Oh, translate. That's the... Right, okay. So, the translate is this... hang on a minute. Is this little joystick on the top of my joystick. Here. That's the translate. So if I wanted to be able to control the flaps separately when I'm not... I don't know. I'm not sure. Joystickception. Yeah, it is a joystick on top of a joystick. It is. Okay, so that's that. We've used the Kestrel to answer the question we had. Okay, let's fix the Kestrel now. I mean, the part doesn't want to fit on there, but it will do when I give it a... Oh, no. Both sides, please. Come on. There we go. Think that's where it was. I think so. There we go, that looks right. I step away from 5 minutes and now we're doing planes. We was using the Kestrel 4, which we've got here, to test a theory about the way that flaps and stuff work, which we've done now. So we can go back to the VAB, open up the second stage, and consider what we may do. I think we're going to test this. We're going to test this. So what we'll do is we will put the hinge on the side. like this on both sides, like this. We will put a great big ish panel on the hinge. There we go. We will actuate the hinge so that it looks like it's 90 degrees. We'll allow it to go all the way there and all the way... Oh, look at that. Fantastic falling. Looks like 106 is the kind of basic. TR13 by now. No, this is just iterations to the TR10. So this is like the TR10 Mark 12 or something like that. And then actions, these, and then we want to put them on... Oh, which axis is it for a rocket? So that is... It's not the roll. Don't think it's the pitch. Is it yaw? I mean, at least we can just put it on the pad and just give it a go without flying it in terms of testing which way it needs to go. This could actually be the saviour of this particular design. If this can work, we're in. We're in luck. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that you could assign these like this. So... So we've got pitch. Oh yeah, it's yaw. So we can actually fold them right back or have them out. So should we give it a try? Just to see what it's like. Okay. SAS is on. Electrical charge is falling. Let's go. So we have to bear in mind that we can't use these control surfaces. And we're going to have a button to turn them on and off. Like disengage the motor now. So that as I'm working with this, we're alright and it's not going to move. So we just turn it round. And belly it. Bearing in mind this doesn't fly well because it's not meant to go up the atmosphere like this. There we go. Thank you for changing the scene, Egg. I don't know if this is making it like massively more heavy. It's definitely going to make it heavier. Like these panels and these hinges have got to be more than just these tail fins. But we've only used up half the fuel. Let's do 2 times speed. There we go, 2 times speed. We're getting out the atmosphere. We're getting ready to go sidewards. Yep, sidewards roughly about now. To get some speed up. Go up a bit more. Okay, so if we then cut that. See, look, it's flipping over because it can't handle it. Or is it because we're on the way up? I have no idea. Right. But then these motors, if we engage the motors... Ooh. They went straight back. Whoa. I'm going suborbital. I know I am. It's not what we're trying to do here. We're testing... Drive it to the space center. You can't drive a rocket like this. Okay, we need to twist ourselves so that we're coming back in flat. We have actually made it to space. Okay, so we've enabled these ailerons. We've got the standard tail fin at the bottom. Hopefully the tail fin at the bottom will do the SAS version and I can do the manual version. See, look, there it is again. We'll just see if we can top up those solar panels quickly. Get that battery topped up, because as we start re-entry, the battery would normally be maxed out. We're still quite high up though, so that should be okay. Now look. We're starting to topple. And I brought them back. I mean, it doesn't help with the main re-entry profile by the looks of it. Or does it? It looks like it kind of does. Oh! It got back. It got back. Got back. Whoa! There we go. So look, I can control... I mean, it's going a bit crazy now. But I can control... like, how much the front drops compared to the back. It's interesting. I mean, that's not. That is definitely not what it's supposed to be doing right now. It does seem to want to do that. It just seems to want to completely flap itself. Deploy shark fin. Have we got shark fin? Oh, we have got shark fin. I forgot about shark fin. Is that making things worse? My goodness. He's going round like absolutely crazy. Turn SAS off. Okay, shoots. I think we're going to have to go with uncontrolled re-entry. Parachutes this time. Yeah, definitely do parachutes. If we can't get... I mean, essentially... Oh, we just ran out of electrical charge, so that's fine. Essentially, the flaps are doing what I want them to. The challenge is actually bringing something in on its belly like that is it's not doing what I want it to. I mean, it flops over fine. Right. What do we do, folks? What do we do about this? It's definitely to do with the aerodynamic profile. I don't know why it starts spinning crazily like that. Run parachutes in vertical order. Could do. I mean, one thing we could try is a single drogue chute on re-entry. Once we come through the worst part of the atmosphere to kind of like... I don't know. I think we need some more playing around with this to try and figure out exactly how it's going to work. I feel like we need to do a mission. I said I would try and slam this rocket, but I don't feel like I can if it's not controllable. It's nice to have shark fin, but I just don't think shark fin is doing anything. And these don't seem to be doing what I wanted them to. Hover slam doesn't require you to belly flop. That's true. I could just come in bottom first. If I come in bottom first... Alright, let's put the TR10 second stage back to how it was. Let's get rid of shark fin, because as cool as it looks when it pops out, it doesn't do anything. We'll get rid of the hinges because they didn't resolve the issue. And... why won't that go on? Oh, there we go. And we'll add these two back in. There we go. Try an off-axis centre of mass. I mean, technically it is a little off-axis because of these radiators, but it shouldn't really be too much. It shouldn't be too much. Should we try and do a mission? And then, I tell you what. I don't know. I'm really torn. Because I feel like shoots on the radiator side. What, to stabilise it? What if we have, like, fins that pop out of the shell as like a giant... Centre of mass does not... Centre of mass does not do a whole lot when you're going at 600 kilometers an hour. It's all aerodynamics. Quite possibly true, that. Let's just check the mission status. Can't remember it. We've got to plant a flag on the moon, plant a flag on the Minmus. we've got to test that engine splash down. We've got ages to do that though. Ferry Taurus, Gilly, Explore Eve. Okay, nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. It seems like to you the problem is trying to use wings at 90 from the actual airflow. I think you're probably right there. So what you're saying is that I should have like a heat shield on the front and going forward first. Or if I put the fins upside down, we could try and go in bum first. But the thing is that the atmospheric reheating would just cause explosions if that was the place. If that was the idea of coming in sideways is, yeah. The idea of coming inside. What if we told these fins not to worry about two of the pitch and yaws and so forth, and we did that with the engines? Or we hid a wing in the engine. I mean, look at that. If we put a swept wing on the back, surely that would help. Yeah, I don't know if I'm trying to do something that's just inherently difficult or impossible, but I feel like this is close, you know? It is close. Let's do one more mission. So we're going to get a booster. And if I can re-enter, I will try and do the hover slam. So basically, we'll keep doing missions until I'm able to hover slam. And if I'm able to try that, I will. So we're going to add the... Oh! I didn't save the part that I put on the space station. So I'm going to have to rebuild it. There we go. Won't take long, because I remember the bits that I used. It was this. One of these. Two of them, with one of them being empty. Actually, let's take that off. There we go. And that was it. They need to act like fins going up and flippers when belly first. Yeah, so they need to do what I was trying to do with the hinge. The problem is with the hinge is whilst I can control the hinge with the joystick, the SAS system just doesn't do that. So here we go. We're going to take... This is basically what we started with. That's why you suggested teardrop shape. What, for the craft? Because we only have circular tanks to deal with here. I'm not 100% sure I'm following you on that. Oh, yes, staging. Does help if you correct the staging when you get multiple craft segments together like this. There we go. Looks good, looks good. Yep, yep, yep. Good, okay. Nobody on board. Of course, there's nobody on board. There's no room. So this is going to be a relatively quick mission. We're just nipping up to the space station, dropping off some stuff, and coming straight back down again. And when we come back down, we'll see if we can get it to be stable in the atmosphere. I think a slow, long re-entry is what makes it easier. So let's see. So we got the SAS system on, throttle to max. Everything looks good. So let's... Oh, hang on. We need to choose when to launch. See, look, the space station has just passed us. Ideally, to make it easier, we want it when the space station is just finishing its... Oh. Okay, we're going to have to wait until daytime now. Here we go. Space station is just coming over the desert here. Yeah, we are limited to the game. It's like you can't just design anything. You can do some pretty ingenious things though, and that's part of the challenge as well. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, launch. Oh, throttle to maximum helps. Wow. There we go. Oh dear. It's a good job it landed gently. I could have sworn I put the throttle up. It's fine. We're doing fine. It's okay. Oh, you're back. You won the raffle. Yes. Like I said, you need to come over to the Discord to claim your prize. Unfortunately, we can't give you your prize via YouTube. The YouTube just don't provide us with the ability to contact you directly in the way that we need to. See, certainly for going up, this kind of methodology works well. I'm able to gently pull on the stick once we get past 10k. Angle our system sidewards. Job's a good one. You never know. I might be able to do a nice hover slam with this rocket on re-entry if we survive a good re-entry with it. Okay. So we now need to separate, switch to the main rocket, deploy the fairing, turn the engines on, and we'll just keep boosting sideways. So there's the space station. That's our target. So out of the 6 re-entries I've done with this craft, only 2 of them have happened neatly. Okay. We are flying this upside down a little bit, but it's okay. Just trying to get something that appears to be close to orbit. That's close enough for now. Let's switch back to the booster. Oh, hang on. Before we switch to the booster, open those panels. There we go. Drop a Multitron craft on its tail. Good to go. Multitron craft. I have no idea what you are talking about there. So we've just got this rocket going prograde. Remember, it's got a heat shield on the front, but it doesn't survive for very long facing in that direction. It very quickly flips up. It's not really going fast enough to need the heat shield. The only thing is if that heat shield wasn't on there, you'd see all the electronics on the inside, and that would definitely be bad. Oh, drop a multi-ton craft on its tail. I suppose you could attach something there. Right, I'm going to attempt to stop this booster relatively, what's the word I'm looking for, quickly. Let's turn that SAS off. It's just making it spin. It definitely needs something on its back, but I don't want to add more mass to it. And drogues. And main. There we go. It is limiting. We've got to figure a way around it. Like I say, in some scenarios, it appears to be stable sometimes. So I need to figure out what makes it unstable, and then see what I can do to do that, to fix that. So there is the booster landing. Now we just have to go back up to the second stage, dock with the space station, and see if we can re-enter again. See, if we can use reusable rockets like this, then we can afford to do things by, you know, put this bit in orbit, put that bit in orbit, bit more fuel in orbit, bit more fuel in orbit, and send something on its way. I want to sometime soon be able to go to another planet, and I want to be able to maybe have a ship like this in orbit that we refuel. Is that about right? There we go. Okay, so the space station is slightly behind us, so I'm just going to give us a little bit of an extra push. Okay, 5 kilometer intersect. Yeah, that'll do. I mean, I could level out the orbits and stuff, but we don't need to. We've got plenty of fuel, despite dragging this part up to the space station. We didn't have a great insertion into orbit. It was okay. There we go. So there's the space station, 5 kilometers over there. We can turn RCS on for a moment. Make sure that we are pointing retrograde. We've got plenty of RCS, so we don't have to worry about that. And we can align our orbits a little bit more, so we're not floating away from each other. And then if we rotate, see, coming in at, ooh, steady now. Coming in at orbital velocities is completely different. Here we go. Target acquired. Nearly bang on point. As a 50k roughly towards the target. That's probably warped our orbit a bit, but I don't mind. There we go. Hopefully we can get this back in through the atmosphere. Like I said though, it's worked twice and I just wish I can remember which twice it was. Dexter's got to get going. Hey Dexter, well, thank you very much for hanging out. See you next stream, and remember, if you miss any of the stream and want to catch up with it, all the stream is available on YouTube and Twitch after the event. There we go. Let's give it a 20 meters per second on that. And we need to dock this part on... I can't remember exactly where it was now, but we're coming in pretty hot towards the space station. The frigate says, I need to go to bed. I guess I'll just watch the grand final. Yeah. Well, like I said, we're going to put this part on and then we're going to try and re-enter and do the hover slam. So, hopefully soon. So, there's the node that we're heading towards. Okay. Let's turn RCS off and get this ship the right way around, so I know which way I'm pointing everything. I think roughly we're pointing in the right way. But let's try and do a nice clean and quick docking, eh? So what we will do is we will do the trick where we rotate the space station to assist. So we control from that docking port. We set that docking port as the target. And this station has a couple of ships and things in it, so it has got some SAS authority. There we go. You just notice that radiators have their own drag forces, which is obviously not helpful if you want to keep them facing... Not helpful if you want to keep them facing the direction of travel. Normally, I have the radiators on the back as I'm re-entering. On the rear. So I don't know if that is something that will affect it too much. Okay, we should be almost perfectly lined up now. There we go. Looks like we're coming in pretty close. There is a slight drift which I'm trying to compensate for. Apparently my design is smarter than yours. Yeah, I've got the these panels are on the rear side. Hopefully we can get this smack on first time. Looks like we're coming a bit high. I'm losing it. I think we got it. We did. We did get it. Cool. Lights. Yep, turn the lights on. So actually, while we're here, we don't need all these panels popping out all over the place, because if these panels are just sticking out, it makes it look busy and there's more panels for me to crash into. So if we just retract all of these unnecessary panels, we just have the big ones, I think we'll be fine. So there's the new parts. Again, we want to fill up the monopropellant tanks as much as possible. We shouldn't really... I guess if we keep a little bit of monopropellant in these, that's good. So let's select all 3 monopropellant tanks there. And this one. And we'll go in stop. Just to save a bit of monoprop. And then how much fuel have we got? Quite a bit. Shall we fill up some of this? How much are we short? I mean, we need some for the stop, so let's leave that. If we make it through the atmosphere, I am going to try and stop this on its bum without parachutes. It'll probably mean a giant fireball. But there we go. We've now added RCS storage to our space station at the same time. So we've got SAS on. Let's come out of docking mode and rotate round just a touch. Doesn't matter which direction. And turn the engine back on. Just give it a slight push away from the space station. Right, so what we're at the periapsis. What we're going to do is lower our the peak of our orbit down to just above 70. We'll do the same on the other side, and then we'll head for the space center. Like I said, whether I get to the space center or not is like a completely different kettle of fish. But I'm going to try. That's what I said I would do. I said I would give it a try. So I think now if we come to about here. Oh, sorry, King Assassin, I didn't see you. This game is quite fascinating. Yeah, I find it challenging, rewarding, interesting. I feel like I've learned things. So what we're going to do is I think we'll aim for the Space Center exactly. Now, this tends to have quite a lot more atmospheric drag than some others. So we give it a little bit of movement. I'm going to warp to that point there and retrograde until the right moment. So here we go. Periapsis of 0. Periapsis here is 20, 16, 10, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and that is pretty much 0. Okay, here we go, folks. Where are we? In the sun? We're going to be coming in the sun, so we'll leave everything sticking out. Frederick says, good night, good luck with the rest of the stream. I'm sure everything will work, probably work. This will probably work. I don't know whether it will work or not. But thank you, Frederick. Take care. Have a good night. So we're going to now set ourselves to position it on the radial out. And I think what we'll do is that once we hit the real hard forces, we will turn our RCS on and use up the last of our monopropellant as well. Okay, so we're facing the right way. We're all angled up. What we'll do now is just fast forward until we hit the atmosphere, until we drop out of space. And there we go. We are now on our final approach. Looks like these radiators are on. Can't remember what button number 2 does. Probably nothing. So these radiators are currently not. They're currently idle. So I'm just going to turn them back on again. So the radiators are cooling. Good. Okay. So we want to come in nice and cool. We're keeping our solar panels topped up. How far from the home planet can you go? So if I quickly just show you, this is the home planet. There's the moon. There's the second moon. If we zoom out, there's the solar system. And you can visit all of these planets, including that one way out there, Elu or whatever it is. There is a planet called Eve. And a planet called Duna and Moho. I think we might go to Duna next. I'm not sure. Right. That's enough of being in the map mode. Let's come back. Where is... here we are. User interface. See, look. The UI scaling's gone weird. It's gone back to default size. I normally have the UI scaling a bit bigger for you guys. Anyway, here we go. So we're 65 kilometers up and we're coming in at 2.2 kilometers. 2.2 kilometers a second sideways. This is the desert before the ocean. And on the other side of the ocean is the landmass which the Space Center is on. We can turn the lights off. We don't need them for re-entry. So lights are off. At the minute, our solar panels and our antenna are still out because we are still in the upper atmosphere. There's next to no forces on these. And our plan is to try and keep this thing stable. Try and keep it stable all the way down. I guess if we put it to surface, it's going to sit back a bit. We kind of want it to lean forward. The radiators are running, doing their cooling business. As soon as we get any sort of atmospheric heating, we will retract the solar panels and the antenna. We just need to keep this thing as level as possible. If it looks like it's going to tip at all, I will turn that RCS on. So the next thing that's going to happen is retraction of sticky outy bits and then possible use of RCS. So we probably will get in there soon. We've got fuel. Yep. You just survived 3 kilometers a second. No steering re-entry by putting flaps on a servo and rotating them to face towards the belly so the belly doesn't face. No, I'm going to have to reread that in a moment when we come through the atmosphere. Because I know I need to concentrate on this, and that's a block of text, and I can't do block of text and this at the same time. So there's the mountains that hopefully we'll get over. The place we are aiming for, if we zoom back in, this is us here. We've got to go over this landmass and land at the Space Center there. Oh, here we go. We're starting to get heating, so we're going to bring in those bits. And we might need to turn the RCS on, but it looks like so far so good with the SAS system. Here we go. And then, if we make it through the atmosphere nicely enough, I will put us in a retrograde and try and do a burn, which we need to turn the other engines on for. There we go. At the moment, look, this is going like the other ones were. So far, so good. Coming in nice and smooth. Bleeding off speed. Position is good. Tiny bit of wobbling. The yaw's pushing. Electricity is fine. Heat is warm and toasty. Nothing's going critical yet. 34 kilometers above the surface, I think. 32. Little burst from the RCS then, just to make sure that we don't push it too much. There's our target for landing, so we're not far off. Don't think we're going to hit it, but we're not far off. It's going to be close. Look at these flaps now completely deployed to try and balance this craft out, but it is working. Heating is no longer an issue. We can turn off those radiators. We're belly flopping down. This is smooth. This is smooth. Getting ready to retrograde and throttle up. Oh my goodness, we might actually do it here. We might actually do it. We might actually do it. This is how the first mission went when I thought, oh my goodness, I've made the perfect craft here. At the moment, it's holding. It's level. Going to turn RCS on. We're losing it a little now. Okay, so we did lose that after we've come down to about 12 kilometers, but I think I might be able to regain it. Doesn't matter. We'll still try the slam. We'll still try the slam. We're going to go retrograde now. So put ourselves down towards our bum and hold it. Come on. Come on. Even the RCS can't help. Engines will give stability. Going to turn the SAS off. That's helped. We are still 3 kilometers up. I don't know when I need to start this slowdown. It's actually belly flopping beautifully at the moment. Look at that. Oh, I'm actually manually controlling this down. Oh, no, I lost it again. Okay, we're 2 kilometers up. I think we want to be looking about 2 kilometers. SAS is going on now. Retrograde's going on now. The last of the RCS is coming out now. Engines, I'm going to start rolling. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Are we going to have a touchdown? It's a bit wobbly. It's very wobbly. Well, it's not on its end, but it didn't explode. Points out of 10, chat. What do you reckon? Give me points out of 10 for that. What do you reckon? I don't think I'm going to get a 10 because it's not on its end. So what are you going to give me? That is not bad. That is not too bad. 8. That's yes. I would have an 8, a 14, 7.5, 7. Average is 7.5 at the moment. I'm not counting the 14. 9.5. Nice. Well, I'm glad you guys thought that was worth it. And you know what? We're only 9.4 kilometers away from the space center. This is viable. This is viable. It's just... See, like, when it's in the upper atmosphere and it's going quickly, it seems to be doing it. Not exploding in 4 tries? That's better than Elon. Technically, this was our 5th mission. Then again, technically, we haven't exploded on any of the missions. We've only exploded when we've been doing tests. Intense Whooshing says, I think if you either turned off fins or reversed the controls, it would handle even better while landing vertically. Possibly. It wasn't really a slam, but it was still a good landing. Yeah, I guess it wasn't too much of a slam. Maybe I started a little bit too early. But having never done that before, I think it was certainly worth it. Yeah. Cool. Well, what time is it? We have a little bit of time for something else. See, look, when we recover that vessel, okay, look at how much money we get back. A slam would be full throttle until you land. That is true. It did bounce a little. That's my first ever slam attempt. We got 20 grand back. I think that's pretty good. We've got the splashdown still to do of the spark, so I'm just going to do that quickly. We'll do it quickly. We'll use the second stage of the TR10 to put it there. It did bounce a bit, and I didn't full throttle it. I think if I'd have full throttled it, we'd have ended up going back up again. And I did that without any maneuver nodes, calculations, and all that sort of stuff. So I'm quite happy with that. Right, which one's the spark? Let's have a look at the contract again. What's this? Test splashdown. Okay, so note, what does it say? Blah blah blah. Activate the part through staging sequence. Okay, 487S. That's this bit. Oh, I'll just put the engine on the top. Give it its own staging. See that? When that was at the bottom, it gave me a delta V, but now these are at the bottom. It doesn't. It can't give me a delta V on these, and I don't know why it can't. How strange. Anyway, this is going to be a little bit of fun. We're just going to fly the TR10 second stage into the water. Maybe I should try and do a slam sometime. The problem is it would cost us a lot of money. Bearing in mind, this stage, this second stage, is not supposed to be able, or is not designed to take off on the surface. It's designed to fly in space. The booster puts the second stage into space, and then this second stage is designed for travelling in space and then re-entry. The re-entry, it works most of the way through. That was a very gentle process all the way down. Okay, I think that'll probably do. Do a bit of a flip. So if I... Should we try doing a hover landing again? I think one of the things that I should have done is switch to stability assist once we get close to the surface. There we go. There's a bonus bottom landing for you. And then in theory, if I just bring that part down here and stage it, contract complete. And we can recover the vessel. It's got most of the fuel in it. Cost us hardly anything. Some science and all that sort. Oh, you know what we need to do? Transmit the science from the space stations back to the space center and see if we've got enough science to unlock more things. Definitely need to do that. So let's have a look. Yep, 21 grand. Nice. So Gecko, you did win that giveaway. Again, if you want to claim your prize and you're still here, you need to come over to the Discord and say hello quickly before the stream ends, and we'll verify you and sort it out. So first of all, the Kerbin space station. Oh yeah, your wall of text. Let me scroll back up to it. Sorry about that. So you just survived a 3,000 meter. 3,000 meter per second no steering re-entry by putting flaps on a servo and rotating them to face towards the belly. The belly doesn't face the whole way, but you get a nice skipping effect. Oh. That is definitely something worth looking at. Okay. Yeah. Definitely have a look at that. Okay, so we're here at the Kerbin Space Station. Just to remind you what this is, we have crew quarters here. We have the main control modules here. We've got propellant here and monopropellant there. At either end, we've got power modules. And attached to the space station at the moment, we've got a tug vessel and a transport ship, which what I think Network 17 came up in. We could use it for anything at any point. Oh, you popped up on Discord. I don't see... I don't see you. You need to actually say something in Discord for me to be able to reply to you, I think. Okay, so we're here just to go down to the lab in the science section. And we can then look here and say, okay, we got 120 science. So if we transmit the science... There we go. That is transmitting now. General chat. I don't see you in general chat. Do you have a different name? If you do have a different name, you have to let me know. So that's 120 there. So what we're going to do now... Oh, there you are. Okay, so... Okay, so I just sent you a message. I'm sorry about the casing on the message. I'm streaming, so it is a bit of an accident. I'm sorry about that. So there we go. I've just we've just got the science from there, and hopefully we should have even more science from the moon, because we've got 2 bases at the moment that can well, actually, technically, we've got 3 places we can process science. We can process it on the surface of the moon, because we have got a science base there, which actually we're just passing over at the moment. So let's fly that. Basically, we give you your prize. If you win on YouTube, we give you your prize on Discord. But we have to verify that the Discord account is the one from the YouTube. We do that once. So once you come over to the Discord and say hi, we then do the verification. And once the verification is done, we give you a code on Discord. Right, so we can do the same thing here. J-Bay is on this station. We've got 47 science to transmit right now. But we'll transmit that. Shouldn't take long to do. That's 20% already. I love how we've got so much power on these space stations now that, like, even when they're not anywhere near the sun, they've got so much. Okay, cool. And this one is very similar to the Kerbin one. So we've got all the same modules in the same places. The only difference is that this one's got a tug docked, and this one hasn't got a transport ship dock. This has got a lander. So this lander is designed for nipping down to the surface of the moon and back up to the space station, which it's done. Has it done? I'm not sure if it has done, but it can do. So we've got some science to spend. So, Giko, I sent you a message on Discord. Please check it out. Oh, there you go. Verification complete. I'll send you your game code. Thank you very much. Which game was it? I can't remember. Felix the Reaper, wasn't it? Congratulations. What we don't want is somebody going over to the Discord saying it's the person that won the prize and it actually isn't. So just doing this extra step allows us to do that verification. There we go. Congratulations. So now we've got 230 science to spend, which means we can get these advanced aerodynamics, which includes the air brakes. As that's the only one in that category, I feel like we have to research that. So there we go. That's all of the that level done. We need to get nuclear propulsion and large volume containment and the advanced metalworks and all of these sorts of composites and brilliant things. We'll do that very soon. And of course, the further we go with the science, the more science we'll get. And we'll quickly check in with mission control, see if there's any quick and easy ones. Nope, no easy ones. We've still got a few different missions that we've got under our belt to do. Let's see about adding those servos to these wings, because I think we can make it look good and make it work good. I think we can do it. And then I guess we have to test it. Like a proper full test. So let's get the second stage out. That bit's not meant to be on the top of the second stage. Get rid of that. So then we'll take these fins off. These tails. We will add some robotics to it. So we need a rotating servo. There we go. Now what's the difference between all these rotating servos? So mass with medium-sized motor changes if motor is moved or is side. Requires electrical charge. That one says stacking capacity 3. Oh, that says a cargo part. We don't care about that. There is a tolerance on these. But I guess... like, one just seems like much smaller. And I don't know why I wouldn't use the small ones. Oh my goodness. I think we'll use these ones, the F12s. So we'll have an F12 up here. We'll have 2, and we'll make sure we're using mirror symmetry. And then we'll clone that, put one near the bottom here. Actually, no, we'll take that off. We'll put the wing on it. I guess it needs to be moved lower down. Then we'll clone it. And we'll just move them in after we've done the rotation stuff. So we want to be able to kind of actuate it between its... See, there's a target angle there. But then it looks... Oh, it says allow full rotation. There we go. Allow limit. So we want to go from 0 to 90. Okay. 0 to 90. There we go. And then if we do the same with this one, allow limit from 0 come on, 0. Only wants to do -1 or 1. Come on. Surely we can get 0 on that. Can I not type a number? Well, we can get between 1 and 90. I mean, is -1 degree going to be a problem? Alright, we'll let it have -1 on that one. So then we'll have the target angle to this one to be 0. The target on this angle on this one to be 0. There we go. Then, instead of having shark fin set to number 4, we'll have toggle servo and toggle servo. Here we go. This is going to work. I'm almost certain this is going to work. And I like this idea because it kind of keeps the natural look of things. So let's just... What's going on here? Is that about right? I mean, do we want to be able to see it? I guess if we do it so that you only just see the middle. Like that. And it kind of just evens out the squareness, so to speak. Come on, come on. Now, you know what I said I didn't want to put a Kerbal in this? We did. I did it for the rescue mission, didn't I? So there we go. There's the upgrade to the second stage. This could be the upgrade that saves this design. We need to do something, though. We need to do something to put this through its paces. We need to put a payload somewhere. Let's use the lifter module. What do we want to put in space? Is there anything that we actually want to put in space right now? I don't think there is. I guess we could just do a fuel mission. Just to do a refuel at the space station. Or we could just send this up and bring it back. Let's send it up and bring it back. 80,000 it's going to cost us for a base TR10. Let's sort out its staging. You've got to get going. Great stream. See you in the next one. Okay, well, we're going to be finishing in a little while, but thank you very much for coming along. We'll see you soon, hopefully. Bye for now. So separation, fairing deploy, engine ignition, and chutes separated. Okay. We can test the servos on the launch pad before we take off. That's cool. That's not a problem. Jobs are good on that. I need to have a drink. Yep, UK time, night. So in theory, these winglets or tail fins should traverse from takeoff mode to landing mode. I mean, I like it. It maintains the look and feel of the aircraft when it's taking off. It transforms in a cool way, in a fancy way. And it looks a little bit Star Wars-esque as the way it comes in. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. So, we're not actually going to do anything with this one. It's now, actually, this is a good test about how much it costs. So if we were taking something and putting it in space, it's going to cost us 80,000 to launch this. How much money are we going to get back? SAS on, throttle to maximum, and launch. Fantastic. Then we just need to do a little roll. There we go. I'm still getting used to actually launching this. This will be the third test we've done of this. It's done, I think, 6 successful missions. So we're just going to keep it going relatively straight up until we get to about 5k. When we get to 5k, we give a gentle push on the stick. There we go. To gently start bringing it over just a touch. Now remember, normally we would have a fairing on the top of here, so it would fly better, it would fly straighter. It's been a little bit wobbly at the moment. So I guess it's not the perfect test, but it's okay. 13 kilometers up now. With this profile of rocket, we can afford to come over to about the 45-degree mark. And then I mentioned Star Wars, yeah. Okay. Looks like we've got a good insertion, but we're about to lose this booster, giving us a sideways push right towards the end here. There we go. Then what we want is throttle off and separation. Switch to the second stage. Blow the fairing, turn on the engines, throttle them up. There we go, and we burn sidewards until we're cool. We're going to want readouts for both ships so we know that their heights. We don't want the second stage to go above 100 kilometers at the top point, and the booster we don't want to drop below about 40 kilometers before we switch to it. My voice in these longer streams, I'm not used to it. Maybe I need to talk more. I wonder what my wife would say to that. Okay, but pushing out the second stage until we reach the orbit we want to. Okay, that should do for now. Switching to view of second stage and deploying antennas and solar panels. Switching back to the booster now. Re-entry with the booster is never a problem because it doesn't matter how it falls. In fact, the more strangely it falls, the better almost. So we just reached apogee and we're on our way back down. We're going to try and get this nose pointing downwards. Never stays pointing downwards for long, but it gives the booster the flip that it needs to catch a lot of wind, to give it its gentle drop. Oh, and I tell you what I should do. I should try the hover slam maneuver again. Yeah? Although we do want to know how much money we get back from this. So we're trying to push this nose down. We're using the SAS system and the flaps to do that. At the moment, we are keeping it on the prograde, but it will only stay on the prograde for so long. The heavy engines, all 24 of them, will eventually flip this thing around. But at the moment, it looks like it's keeping it on course. We are 48 kilometers up, though. I think it might be the point that it loses it is when it switches from orbital to surface. You can see that the pitch is bouncing. It's having to try very hard to keep this coming in at the angle that we want it to. And there we are. We're maxed out on the pitch and it's going to flip. Now we've done the booster a few times, and this kind of flipping rotation maneuver is what keeps the booster from falling apart actually in Kerbal Space Program and keeps its velocity low. It bleeds off speed quite nicely, reduces any sort of atmospheric heating, and remember, we're not falling from very high. We're not going very fast in the first place. Right, let's see how close to the water we can get this one. Here we go, folks. Gonna drop this one right on top of the water. Or attempt to anyway. Here we go. Oh, we stopped about 112 meters up. Well, I could have let it go a little bit more, couldn't I? Well, there we go. Booster in and back, which we can recover. How much did we get for that? Remember, it cost us 80 grand for a wet launch. And for a dry booster we get... I kind of got used to Kerbal Space Program being slow now on that side of things. 39 grand. 39.7. I'm going to call it 40 grand. So we get half the money back of the wet launch from just recovering the dry booster. Now, where is the second stage? It should be on a suborbital flight that we need to circularize. Here it is. It's actually just passing the perfect apogee to do that. So what we need to do is prograde and throttle up. So this will be second stage reignition. So let's just check this on the map as we go. Actually, we don't need to check it on the map. We can look at the stats in the corner there. There's the camera change for... Oh, there we go. And we've reached orbit. Now we want to try and come back down to the space center. And I kind of feel like we need to bleed some fuel first. Otherwise, we're going to come in heavy. So, I'm going to prograde this out for a bit. Because what was that? What was that? Something exploded? Oh no, one of the fins came off. Well, that isn't going to help our situation. Oh, cool. That isn't going to help our situation. It's not going to... Oh my goodness. We nearly went out to the moon. Well, there went another fin. I guess we need to move where the engines are. It's a good job we test these things, isn't it? Oh, this is going to be a weird angle now. If you put your flaps where you put them, you might rather use 45 degrees max, as you'll never reach 90 in that position. Oh, okay. We shall see about that then. Nope, wrong way. So, yeah, I think I need to move the engines that are under the skirt. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be testing a re-entry here with, like, no flaps. And I haven't really got the fuel to do what I wanted to. Because I burnt most of it in space. Because I thought I should burn some of my fuel. We have got monopropellant though. Okay, here we go then. RCS. No, we won't use monopropellant. I mean, we are coming in. If I can get this right, I think we'll be okay. This is going to be close. Okay. I just don't know if I've got enough for the landing, that's all. But we'll see. I think so. Here we go then. We'll do it without RCS because that's cheating, I suppose, otherwise. And we need to face the right way, so our radiators are on our leeward side, not our windward side. There we go. Now I'm going to fast forward until we hit atmosphere. Or until at least we drop out of space. It's just a shame that those flaps blew up. Tell you what I'll do. I'll do another test on the Viewer Plus Discord. Probably tomorrow morning at some point. So what we're going to do now, we're going to do our re-entry. So 4. So now our flaps are facing the other way. They're facing into the wind. and they should have more authority on keeping us the right way round. Now this isn't a full proper test because we're missing our bottom flaps, but I'm just wondering how much this will help. Getting ready to retract solar panels. We could probably do that already. The radiators are already on. You can see the flaps are just doing a little bit of gliding there. I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep it upright. Don't think it is. No, that's a shame. I mean, if we turn RCS on, it might help. Yeah, we'll use RCS because we haven't got the other flaps. SAS off, probably. Maybe. I think if I had all four there, then that might be the case. But we're going to use... Look at it buffeting around. I mean, this one's broken anyway, so we're going to try the slam. Turn the SAS off there. There we go. I mean, it's slowing down alright and coming through the atmosphere, so that's not too bad. So now we get into this point, that is probably where we want to then turn retrograde and put our fins the other way. There we go. Check that our engines are active. They are. Turn the SAS off, otherwise we'll just end up in a silly spin. And we're going to just try an engine slammer. So we did it. I did it way too early last time. I think this time we're also travelling faster because we're coming down. We're coming down funnily. We need to reduce some of the speed a little bit. The flaps, I like the way the flaps just actually try and naturally end it pointing down. So here we go. Here's the slam. Now. Oh, it's too fat, too early. Sorry, folks. We can almost try a second slam. No, I messed it up. Okay, so yeah. I think we can slow this thing down within about 350 meters. But before I forget, we're going to move those engines because that's what made the flaps explode, I think. And then we'll do a second stage test and call it a night. Yeah. Because I think you're right with this, with the SAS off and the flaps pointing the right way. It should just keep it pointing all good in the kind of direction of travel. But then, yeah, I think we're getting there. I think it's very close. We did just lose probably about 30k's worth of rocket there, but we're slowly bleeding money. Right, so here, inside the belly of the beast, we need to move these engines back again because I'm pretty sure that's what caused those flaps to explode. Wrong symmetry. There we go. Let's just fix their position. Now, if I remember correctly, these did stick down quite a bit, but not massively. And they were a little bit closer to the centre than that. There. That's how I had it. So hopefully nothing will explode. Save and launch. So we're not going to try and hover slam this one, but we are going to test, or try and test, the wing bits. So see how it goes. And then I think if this works as we hope it will, we'll actually have not just a design for a reusable rocket, but a good reusable rocket. So SAS on, throttle to maximum, and launch. Try and keep this thing as straight as possible, even though it's a bit of a weird thing to fly. I mean, it's even worse with the electronics and control systems exposed. But never mind, that's not what we're testing. I guess we don't need the drag from the wings. We get the drag from the belly, don't we? It is an interesting concept. And what I would like to do is I want to be able to get these, fill them up with propellant, and then launch them, refuel them, and then maybe stick two together and send it to a planet, or refuel it and send one with satellites, communication satellites, one with, I don't know, maybe science satellites, and another one with maybe like a return system. I don't know. Right, we're really starting to get some speed up now. Starting to run out of fuel. Think we need to push up and forward now. Probably going to start getting atmospheric heating on it. There we go. We just need to push forward now to try and get this going as fast as we'd normally see it go. Hopefully nothing will explode in the test. Right. Got a ScanSat. If so, then map a planet. Yeah, that would be interesting to do. So what we're going to do, we're going to wait until we're out of atmosphere and into space. We'll deploy our antennas and solar. So throughout all that burning, our wings didn't explode like last time, which is fantastic. We've fixed that problem. And now we're in space. We want to go radial out to get ready for a belly re-entry. And we're going to turn the vessel round. So we're going radiator back on the back side. The radiators are on. I think I launched with the radiators on, and I shouldn't really. Try and get it as level as possible to give it a good chance there. Just slight tweaks. Seems to want to turn better one way than the other. There's also a bit of wobble in it. Right, there we go. So we've got plenty of electrical charge. We've got some monopropellant, but we shouldn't need it. Where's that wiggle coming from? There shouldn't be any rolling wiggle. Why is that? Let's turn the SAS off. And back on again. Okay, so again, wait until we start entering the atmosphere. And as soon as we start entering the atmosphere, we switch flaps to forward mode. That's looking good. And as soon as we hit, I think, is it 50k, we bring in the solar array. So that's 60,000. This test is going okay so far. So let's bring in the solar now. The engine? What do you mean engine? It is like a biplane. Look at that. The flaps are going. Let's turn SAS off. It didn't work as we hoped, I don't think. I mean, it certainly wants to face that way. And actually, with the radial out, it almost does. Yeah. Okay, I think with some tweaking we can get this. We can get this working. I think with some tweaking. The only problem is we're not going to see now what's happening. But these flaps are now pointing us in the right way. It's tipping it down, keeping it level. You need variable drag, not lift, but how? I mean, it seems to be keeping it going right. Ish. The SSS did... Alright, okay. Maybe this is where the tail out the back actually does the job. Okay, let's switch flaps now. That didn't work. Yeah, I mean the thing is that you can do a test and it'd be perfectly fine, and then you do a test again and it's not, and it's like there's so many little tiny variables that can change the outcome of an event. I mean, to be fair though, it only lost control, and when it did lose control and I turned the SAS off, it did kind of correct a little, and this is coming down quite neatly actually. I kind of like how this is coming down. And it's coming down slowly too. This is coming down with a nice momentum. So then what we can do is shoots and switch. Yeah. Maybe even turn the SAS off. Yeah. Okay, folks. I think at the beginning of the live stream, we were probably like 70% of the way there with this design. With the various different missions that we've done and testing that we've done, I think we have managed to come closer, but not 100%. What I will try and do is tweak this design between now and next week. I'll try and do live streams in the Viewer Plus Discord, but if we weren't time accelerating, that wouldn't have exploded. Look at that. According to this, when it fell down, it was travelling at 2.5 million meters a second. This is we could have had that vessel. It was going to be fine. Sometimes when you're using time acceleration, certain events can get a bit wappy and things can go wrong with the physics engine, and that's what happened. Apparently at that moment in time we was going at nearly 2.6 million meters a second. Yes, apparently it's also at 18 kilometers up. So it was fine. Never mind. I'll just have to remember not to use that feature upon landing. Normally I try and turn it off, but you don't always remember everything, do you? Okay, so I think we're going somewhere good with this. Thank you very much for all your help, the tweaks, the tests and everything that we've done. Not only have we advanced the development of our reusable rocket, but we've done a few missions. We've only spent about 100,000. We've got a load of money back in other places. We've managed to unlock some of the research and development, and the space stations have had a double upgrade. So they've both now got brilliant solar panel arrays and monopropellant on there as well. So we've got some good stuff going on. Join me next week where hopefully between me and the Viewer Plus subscribers we'll have had this design tweaked down to a bit more of perfection. But that is going to be all from me for now. Thank you so much to all my Viewer Plus subscribers, all 34 of you. I can't believe it. We're so close, getting so close to our target. Just to reiterate again, Master Hellish project was kind of side funded by a couple of other projects in the past. That's no longer the case. It needs to fund itself. So roughly 42 subscribers will keep this channel funded and going. So that is what we're going for with that. But thank you very much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed tonight's stream. And remember, we're streaming again tomorrow lunchtime. There will be a vote in the Discord, so don't miss that. And then on Thursday night, it's my RimWorld Let's Play, where we're going to turn our little settlement into a fortress of doom. I'll see you then. Take care, everybody. Good night.